Everyone, excuse me. Today, I am President Emily Stevens, and I call this regular board meeting of August 27th, 2026 to order. The time is 5:01. I would like to remind everyone to please silence your electronic devices. We're going to start with 1.01, the flag salute. The presentation of colors will be led by Palo Verde High School Air Force JROTC with Cadet Senior Master Sergeant Celeste Orantes, Cadet Senior Master Sergeant Lorenzo Lacerna, Cadet Master Sergeant Bruce Caleja, and Cadet Staff Sergeant Caleb Wellman. Trustee Biasotti, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, before we open 1.02, has anyone not had a chance to fill out a public comment card? One of these guys right here. If you have not and you want to, they're right up here at the front. And with that, I will go ahead and open 1.02, adoption of the agenda. We do have one person signed up for public comment on this item, Katrine Ivanoff. I want to remind everyone that if you signed up for something that is an action item and it's on the agenda before we get to the last part where you get to have public comment, whatever that item is that you signed up for, you have to speak directly on that item, okay? So, Katrine?
Just to save time, I sign for any item that I can speak, because usually guys discuss it, and then if I have something to say, if I didn't sign up front, I can't talk about it. So when you come to my name, you can just look at me, and I can tell you, yeah, I have or not, don't have something to say, because prior to hearing your discussion, I don't know if I have something to say on the item. So on this one, I haven't heard discussion, so it's nothing to say, but if the comments can be after you guys discuss things, so we can add what we agree or disagree?
So there's, you have signed up for a couple items that are not action items, so there's no public comment on those items. And then we have some other action items that are on the agenda that you are welcome to speak on. I can look at you because you signed up for it, and if you're like, nope, that wasn't the topic for me, that's okay. We can push you at the end with the items that are not on the agenda that you can speak on.
Most of them is, I'm not gonna speak, so
Okay.
don't get scared. I have a couple of topics I wanna speak, the other are just in case. And also, if I'm missing an action item, please add it. That's the only reason I want. If I have chance to speak and I have something to say, then I'll
Okay.
speak. If I
I'll
don't, I'm
put
not
you on
gonna
the
lose your
list.
time.
I'll put you on the list for
Thank you.
for the last one. Thank you. Okay, with that, what's that? Okay, it looks like David Gomez also signed up for 1.02, adoption of the agenda.
David Gomez, for the record, Nevada Peace Alliance president and also a candidate for the school board. Number one, I just wanted to talk about the adoption of the agenda item. Now, sometimes when you guys are doing the adoption, some of these things are kind of skewed when you're adopting the agenda item from previous meetings. And I understand that a lot of things are not seen, viewed, or even expressed, and that you guys even saw it, read it, or even took a look at it. But remember, adoption of the agenda item is transparency, accountability. And accountability goes to you guys. So if you guys are going to keep adopting agenda items from previous meetings or other meetings that you're really not looking at agendas and stuff like that, I'm going to hold you guys accountable when you adopt an agenda and you take those things, collaborate them all together, and vote on it to say yes. So I understand how this works. So I'm speaking on the adoption of the agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I will turn it over to Trustee Satori to make a motion to approve the agenda.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, I would like to make a motion to adopt the agenda with the following changes. Revised reference material has been provided for item 4.01, attendance and discipline results, connection building activities and initiatives. The revised reference material reflects updated data on page 21. Reference material has been added for item 5.03, public hearing on and possible approval of revisions to the 2025-2027 negotiated agreement between the Clark County School District and the Police Administrators Association of the Clark County School District. Reference material has been added for item 5.04, public hearing on and possible approval of revisions to the 2025 through 2027 negotiated agreement between the Clark County School District and the Clark County Education Association.
Awesome. Do I have a second? Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. I second that motion.
Okay, thank you. Let's vote. Yep. Trustee Zamora, I know you're on with us online.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. Okay, moving forward. Summer is over, And we are so excited to bring student reports back to our board meetings. So I'll turn it over to community engagement to make those introductions.
Madam President and members of the board, Kirsten Sear for the record. We are happy to be bringing back everybody's favorite part of the board meetings, which are reports from our students. We have two wonderful student presenters tonight. First, we have Grant Bowder, Grant, from Del Sol Academy of the Performing Arts, representing trustee Linda Cavazos in District G. Oh, there she is over there. And trustee Lisa Satori from Clark County. And we have Emmy Panaco Aguado. Oh, I'm sorry. No, okay. Y'all, I feel like I should start over, but I won't. Emmy is from Del Sol, and she's going to be telling you all about Del Sol. And Grant is from Northwest Career and Technical Academy, representing trustee clerk Lydia Dominguez from District B and trustee Adam Johnson, who represents Las Vegas. So we will start with Emmy.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Ebert. My name is Emmy Panaco Aguado. I am a senior and current student body president at Del Sol Academy in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity to be here today to share the valuable and exciting things happening on our campus. At Del Sol Academy, our top priority is our students' growth and achievements. For instance, our current AP exam pass rate is 65%, representing a 15% increase from the previous school year. Additionally, 8% of our English learner students have successfully exited or met proficiency requirements on their WIDA assessments over the past 2 years. As a public magnet school, we take great pride in offering a variety of 11 magnet programs while also serving various zone students. Our achievements go far beyond the classroom. In 2024 and 2025 school year, Del Sol Academy was recognized as the top secondary magnet school by the Magnet Schools of America. In the following year, we continued this valuable recognition by earning the Magnet School of National Excellence designation for the second consecutive year. Our students not only excel academically, but also demonstrate significant improvements in both the state and national level. This past school year, our girls bowling and swimming team each brought home state championships. Meanwhile, our JROTC students competed in national drone and robotics competitions. Additionally, our dance, folklorico, and mariachi programs have all proudly represented Del Sol Academy at various national conferences and competitions. We take great pride in the accomplishments achieved over the past year. For instance, our technical theater program received a Jimmy Award for set design in their recent production of Chicago. Additionally, one of our graduates secured first place in the national mariachi competition as a vocalist. We deeply value our military-connected Dragon community. Each April, we celebrate Military Awareness Month in school-wide activities, counseling support, and dedicated resources for military families. We also host a Military Family Appreciation Night and have Purple Dragon ambassadors who welcome and support new military students as they transition to our campus. What sets Del Sol apart is not only our students' achievements, but also their commitment to making a difference in our community. Our Key Club leads community service projects, supports neighboring schools, and attends the annual regional training conference to develop leadership and service skills. We also celebrate our diverse student body through student-led events such as assemblies and our Culture and Community Festival, which highlight a variety of cultures, traditions, and talents. As we look forward to the future, I know that Del Sol Academy is more than just a school. It's a community where every student can discover their true potential and talent. All of our accomplishments this past school year can reflect the dedication of our students, staff, and families. As a student body president, I am extremely proud to represent a school that values excellence, diversity, and student achievement. I look forward to seeing what Del Sol Academy will achieve in the upcoming school year as we grow, succeed, and inspire students. Thank you for the opportunity to share the grand achievements at Del Sol Academy, and I value being a part of my Dragon community.
Great job, Emmy. And I'd also like to acknowledge that Emmy's principal at Del Sol Academy, Nadia Steger, is here, along with the assistant principal, Melissa Mendoza. And next up, we have Grant Bowder from Northwest Career and Technical Academy.
Good evening, members of the Clark County School Board, school trustees, and Superintendent Ebert. My name is Grant Bowder, and I am a junior and current junior class president at Northwest Career and Technical Academy, where I am enrolled in the biomedical science program. It is an honor to be here today to share some of the amazing events, activities, and opportunities that make Northwest CTA so special. Although we may not be a traditional high school, Northwest CTA is one of the top ranked in the state and is full of opportunities. It is a place where students can explore their passions and grow into the professionals they aspire to become. I am incredibly proud to call myself a Hawk. At Northwest CTA, students choose from 8 career-focused programs that provide real-world experience and hands-on learning. Our programs are organized into 3 houses, silver, black, and red. Whether students are interested in construction, engineering, industrial maintenance, hospitality, culinary arts, teaching, biomedical science, or veterinary science, they gain skills that prepare them for their future careers. One example is our student-run cafe, where culinary students prepare and sell food in a restaurant-like environment, along the way earning their food handler's card and learning the responsibilities of working in the food industry. All of our programs continue to demonstrate their strength, with an impressive 87% pass rate on CTA certification tests. While we do not have a traditional athletics program, Northwest CTA offers a variety of athletic clubs, including basketball, soccer, and volleyball clubs. We often host basketball and volleyball games against other CTAs, such as the annual Battle of the North basketball game against Northeast CTA. This helps promote school spirit and Hawk pride on our campus. Northwest CTA has more than 50 after-school clubs and activities, including the Asian American and Pacific Islander Club, Black Student Union, Polynesian Dance Club, and Key Club. Our career and technical student organizations, including HOSA, FFA, FBLA, Skills USA, DECA, and TSA, also give students opportunities to compete at the state and national levels, with many students even placing in their events. Our student council is another source of Hawk pride. Northwest Stuco has earned the Silver Star and Southern Star Awards and is a National Gold Council of Excellence. Our student leaders plan events, including All Spirit Weeks, assemblies, homecoming, prom, and our annual Rock, Paper, Scissors bead competition, creating memories that students will carry with them long after graduation. Academically, Northwest CTA continues to achieve incredible results. We have maintained a 100% graduation rate for the past 5 years, and last year, our students even earned approximately $13 million in scholarships. We also have a 75% college and career-ready diploma rate, showing that our students are graduating prepared for college, careers, and life beyond high school. Through our partnership with the University of Nevada, Reno, Northwest offers 25 dual enrollment courses with nearly 500 students earning college credit while still in high school. At the same time, 1,120 students are enrolled in at least one of our 18 AP courses. At Northwest CTA, we are preparing to become future doctors, nurses, teachers, chefs, construction managers, hospitality professionals, veterinarians, engineers, and mechanics. We aren't just learning about our futures, we are given opportunities to begin building them. Before I finish, I want to thank the people who have made my experience here so special. Thank you to my parents and sister for always supporting me and celebrating my accomplishments. Thank you to my student council advisors, Ms. Zuno and Ms. Spanish, for helping me create meaningful events and memories at our school. Finally, thank you to Principal Willis and our wonderful administration team for fostering an environment where students of all kinds can grow and succeed. Northwest Career and Technical Academy has given its students much more than just an education. It has given us confidence, skills, and opportunities to prepare for the future in a way no other school can. I am proud to be a Northwest CTA Hawk. Thank you.
Wow, you both were terrific. Thank you both so much. And I want to acknowledge that Grant's parents, Mike Bowder and his mother, Ann Bowder, are here, as well as his principal, Laura Willis.
And with that, we'll open it up for discussion if any trustees would like to chat with these wonderful students. Trustee Satori.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you both. You did a great job. We love hearing about the amazing things going on your campuses. And I know it can be a little nerve-wracking speaking in front of all these, a room full of adults. So you did great. Thank you so much. We enjoy you being here. My question is for Emmy. And one, I wanted to say I really enjoyed hearing about your Military Awareness Month. That was very impressive. I was glad to hear about the things you do to celebrate there. My question for you is student body president. That's a big responsibility and a big task. Can you tell us a little bit about your goals this year as student body president?
Similar to what Grant has mentioned, our student councils get to attend state conferences, and at these conferences, councils can receive various awards depending on what they do throughout the school year. So my goal for this current school year is to win our Silver Star Award, which is the best award you can get. It's focused on what you do as a community, how you impact the school community, how you make a mark on the National Association of Student Councils in Nevada, and the achievements you make throughout the year. So that's definitely one of my main goals. But also as a senior, I also want to signify that one of my very important goals is to graduate. Yeah.
I'm glad to see you're staying here in Nevada, too, to pursue your education. Thank you so much, and I'm sure you will accomplish those goals. So.
Trustee Dominguez?
Thank you, Madam President. I am so excited to have Northwest here today. I'm so proud of this school, and one of the things that I like to show off about the school is previously there was a graduate who won Hell's Kitchen, and she graduated from the culinary program here. I love what teachers do and kind of just almost like preparing you, doing resume writing, even like interviewing, I mean, down to every single teacher. Can you speak a little bit about that?
Yeah, I agree. The teachers at Northwest are really like committed to helping us succeed in the future and are really like career focused. So we do a lot of preparation with resumes. We do a lot of interviews, especially in our freshman career education class. I had Ms. Rendon, who unfortunately is not at our school anymore, but she did a really good job in preparing us with interviews. We did slide presentations where she looked at all our Google Slides and taught us the correct way to like make an aesthetically appealing Google slide. Our career education teachers, my biomedical teachers, have been absolutely amazing. We do a lot of hands-on activities. This year, we're starting to do more DNA stuff, and that's kind of the stuff that I really like to do. But last year, we did a lot of modeling with clay, of anatomy, and I just think all the teachers in all program areas, not just biomed, really prepare students well in this way, like through hands-on learning and gaining experience. So when students apply for jobs or like go to college and study these classes, they are not unprepared, they're ready for the future.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. And thank you to your parents and grandparents for coming. This is awesome. So thank you.
Trustee Cavazos?
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, Ms. Sierra was absolutely correct. We're not going to lie, this is our absolute favorite part of our board meetings. So I don't know if dragons and hawks normally get along, but you guys did a great job tonight. So thank you for your presentations. So I have one quick question, different one for each one. I'll start with Emmy. Emmy, can you tell me a little bit about the culture and community festival that you mentioned?
So our Culture and Community Festival is usually hosted around April. We do this annually. Since we have so many different diverse groups of people at Del Sol, we took this opportunity to give everyone a moment to shine. Different clubs like Soul Club and our Asian Culture Club will all sell and perform various pieces of their culture to show off our diversity as a school and as a community.
Thank you so much. I love that. Thank you for sharing that with us. Grant, I noticed that you said that you were a junior class president. So I think Trustee Dominguez took part of my question about your academic track here. So I just wanted to ask you, with all the different after-school things, how has your experience in student government really affected your high school experience?
Student council has greatly changed my high school experience, like for the better. It is more than just a council. It is absolutely a family. Today, actually, we had our senior sunrise, everybody came early, everybody helped set up, and just events like these where we can come and together and set up things and make events for our school are really, really special. I have a family at school now. Those are not just my classmates, they are my family. We do a lot of after-school activities together. We are basically together a lot more times, maybe than I even see my sister during the week. I'm at school a lot with them, and so we bond really closely. And especially as a freshman, I have been in student council 3 years now, because I joined as a freshman. When I joined Northwest, where I got accepted to Northwest as a freshman, student council was just a community that was there for me. I knew juniors and seniors that would help me, tell me where my classes are and tell me who was my teacher and stuff. It was really just a community of big brothers and big sisters that I don't know what I have done freshman year had they were not there. It is just really, really a beautiful thing, Stuco. I love Stuco. It's my life.
It sounds like you do. As a former student council advisor, I really appreciate that. Thank you both Emmy and Grant, for your answers. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Biasotti.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I'd like to commend the parents for a job well done. And my question is for Emmy. Since you are a senior, what is one piece of advice you would have for a junior like Grant?
As a senior who was also in student council since my freshman year, I would say take rests. Student council takes up so much of your schedule, and it's hard to find time for yourself. And as a senior, it's really that time to, rather than setting up all the events and taking your time to do it for everyone else, embrace the event for yourself. For example, since he had his senior sunrise this morning, rather than giving out all the activities and breakfast, take a moment to take pictures with your friends, eat those donuts. Yeah, just embrace it. Doesn't last long.
That's some solid advice. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Barone.
Off here. Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I appreciate that. Emmy, Ms. Panaco Aguado, actually, what to me shines out here, you're a member of SOL, the Student Organization of Latinos. Have you had a chance to meet one of our, the founder of SOL, who in the 1970s, he and a couple of his buddies, they actually started the first SOL chapter here in Southern Nevada at UNLV. His name is Mr. Romero, Mr. Fernando. Have you had a chance to meet with him?
No, I wouldn't. I have not. I would like to very much meet this man.
I'm going to go ahead and, I'm going to just give him, he's, the good thing about a lot of the leadership here in Las Vegas, right, some of them are still alive, and Fernando, he's been around a little while, right? He's going to probably think that I'm talking crap about him, So, but no, I'm happy that he's still alive. He was recognized last year at one of our events. Maybe somehow I'll put you in touch with him. You can invite him in to be a guest speaker. I think he'd be astounded, to hear, of course, that one of the little sisters of an organization that he founded, a few years ago is the student body president at Del Sol. And I'd just like to point out, you're in a very unique position. Del Sol happens, I thought that Rancho High School was pretty much the pulse of the Latino community, but I think it might have also shifted a little bit south. Why? Hey, your school in the LVA had the distinction of having the 2 top mariachi programs probably in the nation, right here in one community, and they battle it out, every month, every concert they put on, right? And so you're right there with them, right in the thick of things, right? So I thought I'd point that out. So if I get a chance, I will make sure it goes to the proper channels, but I will leave him for you to be contacted. Maybe you can have him in as a special guest for one of your meetings there. Good job, because of course, I was the Hispanic Student Union Advisor at Rancho High School for 25 years. Yeah, 25 years. And oftentimes, it wasn't the student body president at Rancho High School that was best known. It was our HSU president who was out there in the community. So I hope that you're following. And Hispanic Student Union was an affiliate, quite frankly, of SOL. So we had, we had the Rancho High School thing, we had the pyramid, but we had the soul emblem behind it, the motif, because of course we're descended from people of the sun, right? So soul, people of the sun, you got all that stuff going on. I feel like a Rage Against the Machine song brewing up, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn this thing off before I start rapping.
Thank you.
Trustee Henry.
Thank you so much, Madam President, and thank you both for your presentations. I truly appreciate it. I want to talk to Grant. Hi, Grant.
Hi.
I'm just so excited to have both schools here, but Northwest holds a special place in my heart. You all have an amazing principal.
Yes, we do.
My daughter graduated from Northwest.
Actually, wow.
Yeah, not too long ago. And the partnership with UNR, she's currently at UNR now. So I am thankful to your principal, who really listens to her students. She does,
Yeah,
right?
she does. Of
Yeah,
course,
see, look,
yeah.
he's so... No lies told here. I wanted to ask you about a place because I had the opportunity to visit the campus often, and I also served on SOT when I was there. There was a special place on campus called Hawk Haven. Can you tell us a little bit about Hawk Haven?
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I left this out. Hawk Haven is so special because, from my knowledge, very few schools have a place where students are able to go during the day to kind of unwind. Northwest, it is a career school, so expectations are extremely high for students, and sometimes, as we all know and probably have experienced, anxiety gets the best of us, stress gets the best of us. Hawk Haven is a special place on campus where students are able to go during the day if they're feeling especially anxious, especially stressed, and there are activities in there such as board games. There's a whole bunch of beanbags. It's nice and comfy, and it's just a place where students are able to kind of take a deep breath and get back in the mindset for their schoolwork. Students are able to eat lunch in there. It is very, very special place, and I think it's really special because it's a place where students can go and just relax and be themselves. And you don't see that often at schools with such high expectations. So it's incredibly special in Northwest. Thank you for asking about that. Yeah.
Absolutely. No, thank you for sharing about it. Especially on nights like this, we all need a Hawk Haven to retreat to.
I know that. That's right. That's
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Zamora let me know that she does not have questions, and I don't see anybody else in the queue. So with that, we will close that part. But I want to thank you guys so much. It's never easy coming up here, and you field questions very well. So you should be very proud of yourselves. Thank you. All right, before I open the consent agenda, has anybody had an opportunity to fill out and turn in a public comment card? So you'll need to, yeah, there you go. No. Okay. I'll do another reminder here shortly. We're going to go ahead and open the consent. What's up? 311 is consent, so I'll give her a moment. Okay. So I'll go ahead and open consent agenda. Before I request a motion, it appears I have a few for public comment. Let's get started. No, that's not public comment. Or, I'm sorry. Yeah. So, Yesenia? Yeah, that we just landed on this, so you're up. Please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Oh, Yesenia Gonzalez for the record. Justice matters when a child has been hurt in the very place where families were told they would be safe. When abuse happens behind closed school doors, especially to a child with autism or another disability who may have difficulty speaking for themselves, who may have damage, the damage does not simply disappear because a settlement is reached. Money cannot erase fear. It cannot undo trauma. It cannot give a child back the sense of safety that was taken from them. What matters is that the family stood up, they fought, they refused to stay silent, they became the voice for a vulnerable child when that child needed someone to speak for them. The courage matters. Schools have a responsibility to provide every child with a safe learning environment and a free, appropriate public education. Children should be able to walk into a school and build happy memories, learn, grow, and feel protected. Families should feel welcome, respected, and heard, not intimidated, dismissed, or pushed away by individuals who misuse positions of authority. Teachers and school staff are entrusted with something priceless, our children. That trust should never be abused. Those who work with vulnerable children are there to protect them, nurture them, and teach them and help them succeed, never to prey upon their vulnerability. And to every family who has had to fight for justice, your voice matters, your persistence matters, your refusal to give up matters. Accountability is not about revenge. It is about making sure what happened to one child is not allowed to happen to another. Clark County, do the right thing. Protect our children, listen to families, hold people accountable, and never forget that those entrusted with vulnerable children, like mine, who has special needs also, protect our children, listen to families, hold people accountable, and never forget that those entrusted with vulnerable children are supposed to protect the weak. Remember not to prey upon them. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to remind everybody that this is a business meeting. We do allow applause when we have our student reports because they're the focus of everything that we do, right? But I would like to ask our audience if you would refrain from any kind of disruption as we move through this. I'll probably speak more on this in a little bit, but I just want to remind everybody to respect our business meeting. Okay? Do we have anybody else for this item? Okay. With that, I will go ahead and ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda. Trustee Esparza-Stafford.
I would like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Trustee Biasotti.
I will second the motion.
Thank you. Let's vote. Trustee Zamora?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. Okay, and with that, Trustee Dominguez, please read the warrants.
Thank you, Madam President. Ratified warrants as listed in bills payable, transmittal, and board memorandum number 3/26/27 in the total amount of $140,943,271.68. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I open 4.01, is there anyone else who has not gotten a chance to open to fill out a public comment card, yellow card? If so, please do so now. Okay, and with that, I will not be taking any more cards for this item. I will open 4.01 and turn it over to the district. Thank you.
Good evening. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, I'm Kevin McPartland, Associate Superintendent for the record. I'm joined this evening by Danielle Jones, Executive Director of Alternative Services, Christopher Huffman, the Assistant Superintendent over the Assessment, Accountability, Research, and School Improvement Division, Dr. Sam Scavella, the Assistant Superintendent over the Safe and Respectful Learning Environments and Opportunities Division, and Dr. Brandy March, Director over the Multi-Tiered System of Supports Department. We have for you a new presentation related to our strategic plan. It's a robust presentation, and we have an expanded panel for you here tonight to demonstrate the importance of this work. As an introduction to our new template for the presentations, I'd like to highlight the updated title of this presentation, which includes attendance results, discipline results, and connection-building activities, which is aligned to our strategic plan. The information within this presentation is aligned with Priority 3 of the strategic plan, which emphasizes safe and supportive schools. As you may recall, our strategic plan incorporates 5 high-level strategies related to safe and supportive schools. Our presentation this evening will focus on the key strategies related to ensuring our students are known, valued, connected, and ready to thrive. We will start our presentation by providing updates on chronic absenteeism. As a reminder, chronic absenteeism measures students who have missed 10% or more of their enrolled days. Over the next 5 years, our ambitious goal is to decrease chronic absenteeism district-wide by 40%. As part of our work to meeting this goal, over the next 5 years, we will implement strategies related to increasing the percentage of students who are engaged in connection-building activities such as athletics, career connectedness activities, student clubs, and activities. Madam President, with your permission, I will pass the presentation to Danielle Jones, who will take us through the rest of the information related to student attendance.
Danielle Jones for the record. We like to start with the pre-pandemic chronic absenteeism data and compare it to the last 3 years. As you can see, for 2018 to 2019 school year, we were at 22%, and we concluded 25-26 school year at 26.9%. However, we have decreased consistently over the past 3 years from 31.3% in 2023 and 2024. We also want to note that we continue to see decreased chronic absenteeism levels across all student groups, with the exception of our American Indian Alaska Native student group, which is a small group and can be influenced by a small movement in numbers. We'd also like to note Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander has decreased by 2.1%. Hispanic Latino student group has decreased by 1.9%, and Black African American student group has decreased by 1.7%. Continuing to look at all student groups, this slide demonstrates the trend for English learners and students eligible for special education. As you can see, we see continued declines in chronic absenteeism across all of these groups. I'd also like to note that we are at the same level for students eligible for special education as we were pre-pandemic. This table summarizes 3-year trends across all student groups. Rates decrease across nearly every group, with one small increase with American Indian Alaska Native students. This slide demonstrates chronic absenteeism by grade band and grade level. We see the highest rates in kindergarten and senior year, while our lowest rates are in 4th through 6th grades. Overall, the average for elementary is 23.5%, middle school 24.3%, and 32.9% in high school. This slide are actions that contributed to success. Some of these include focusing on early identification and providing supports to students and families. We utilize the Bright Futures campaign, an initiative to align messaging across schools in our community to improve attendance. We also like to highlight the impact of our community Bright Future Walks in February, which focus on chronically absent students. Over half of the participating schools saw a decrease in chronic absenteeism from 3rd to 4th quarter. Just this week, a couple days ago, yesterday, we conducted another Bright Futures Walk to focus on re-engaging students who are not currently enrolled in a CCSD school. We also expanded the use of school-level data by school staff to assist with identifying and implementation of targeted interventions. Our district attendance enforcement officers completed over 53,000 attendance home visits last school year for students of 3 or more unexcused absences, which is 10,000 more than we did the year before. Over the summer, we focused our home visits on incoming kindergarten students and rising seniors to provide attendance information, school supplies, and to get them excited for the new school year. We also communicated standardized attendance procedures to all schools, including easily accessible online absence notes and timely messaging to families. On this slide, we'd like to recognize 3 schools, Fitzgerald Elementary, Woodbury Middle School, and Bonanza High School, for having significant chronic absenteeism rate decrease. The principals have attributed their success to building a positive attendance culture through school-wide incentives and recognition, proactive outreach, home visits, and attendance meetings by using real-time attendance data to identify and support at-risk students early, invested in dedicated attendance support, including a school-based attendance officer. They also expanded high-interest academic and CTE pathways to increase student engagement and school connectedness, especially at Bonanza High School with the wraparound support provided through the Toyota Driving Possibilities Grant. Their student-centered approach has proved to make an impact on their rate. On this slide, based on the feedback from our schools, they would like additional support in working with families and ensuring their attendance is continued priority. For schools that are still struggling with higher rates, we plan to develop targeted support to assist in improving attendance at their school. We also work to ensure that all schools are implementing multi-tiered systems of support strategies for attendance to promote connections and sense of belonging. For next steps, looking forward, we're planning to collaborate with the county's new Clinical Community Services Department, which includes the Harbor and Truancy Prevention Outreach Program, to develop a school attendance review board that will meet with referred families to identify root causes, provide higher levels of wraparound support. Another aspect of the Bright Futures campaign is the Bright Futures Coalition. This coalition will continue to bring together community partners, provide an outlet for us to collaborate. Through this coalition, we have updated our attendance enforcement door tags to be more family-friendly and added links to direct family to school websites, resources through the Bright Futures website. We will continue to provide data-informed support to all schools as well as ongoing check-in to monitor data. In alignment with the strategic plan, we are ensuring students are known, valued, and connected to their school by tracking participation in district and school-sponsored clubs and activities. To support this work, we collaborated with other Nevada school districts to identify effective practices and develop processes to ensure participation is tracked accurately and consistently. Moving forward, we'll use this data to identify students who may not be connected to their school and create intentional opportunities to engage them based on their interests and needs. We would like to recognize our community partners who have been crucial in crucial part of the improvement in chronic absenteeism. Each partner has worked directly with our students and schools and has been part of our Bright Futures Coalition. We appreciate their ongoing support for our students. Partners who would help us meet our goals include transportation, mental health, childcare, and programs that support mentorship for our students.
Thank you. Once again, Kevin McPartland for the record. We will now transition our presentation from attendance to student discipline results, which is also aligned with priority 3, safe and supportive schools, with our strategies here focused on safe, respectful, and consistent school environments. Our action steps include collaborating with our schools and community to produce a revised student code of conduct and a goal that 100% of school leadership teams will be trained in universal social, emotional, behavioral classroom practices and positive behavior interventions and supports. Madam President, with your permission, I'll pass it to Mr. Huffman, who will dig into the discipline data.
Good evening, Chris Huffman for the record. The next 6 slides present district-level data on suspensions and discretionary expulsions, including our student group data. This slide shows the overall number of student suspensions and how that number has changed over time, including the comparison to our pre-pandemic level. These numbers include only the resolutions of suspension and suspension with instruction in alignment with NDE reporting requirements. At the district level, we recorded 28,160 student suspensions in the 2025-2026 school year, down from 31,693 suspensions 2 years ago. That represents a decrease of approximately 11.1% over that 3-year period. We are also now below our pre-pandemic level of 31,047 suspensions. So the overall trend is encouraging, and we are seeing a sustained reduction in suspensions rather than just a 1-year change. This slide shows where those suspensions are occurring across elementary, middle, and high schools, and how each grade band has changed over the last 3 years, as well as their comparison to the pre-pandemic levels. When we look at the 3-year trend by grade band, middle school has experienced the largest numerical decline, decreasing by 17.1% over the last 3 years. High school suspensions have decreased by 5.9%, and elementary school has demonstrated a 3-year increase of 4.6%. As you know, we previously demonstrated disproportionality by using a ratio of suspensions per 1,000 students for all student groups. In alignment with current reporting requirements for discipline data with the Nevada Department of Education, the business rules for calculating relative risk ratios is now applied. This slide shows the relative risk ratios of suspensions, indicating whether a particular student group is experiencing suspensions at a higher or lower rate than the rest of the student population. A relative risk ratio can also be thought of as a multiplier. So a 1.0 means that the group is experiencing suspensions at the same rate as the other students. A 2.0 indicates twice as likely, and a 3.0 indicates 3 times as likely, and so on. In most instances, the relative risk ratios have been fairly consistent, with little statistically significant fluctuations. We're pleased to see a decline in the English learner ratios, bringing those students essentially in line with their peers. 2 areas stand out on this slide. The relative risk ratio for Black African American students is 2.71, meaning the rate of suspension is substantially higher than for other students. Students eligible for special education also continue to experience suspensions at a higher rate, with a relative risk ratio of 2.11. It's also important to note here that the American Indian Alaska Native ratios did increase, that while the American Indian Alaska Native ratios did increase, the student population is comparatively small, which can create greater variance even if only one member of the student group has a resolution. As we move to discretionary expulsion data, I'd like to remind the board that while our student code of conduct requires schools to recommend expulsion for several serious offenses, this data follows the Nevada Department of Education's reporting definition and includes any expulsions unrelated to firearms or dangerous weapons. This slide shows the overall trend in discretionary expulsions and how the current year compares with both recent years and the pre-pandemic level. We see an even larger decline compared to previous years when we look at discretionary expulsions. The district recorded 1,025 discretionary expulsions this past year, compared with 1,347 in the 2023-2024 school year, which is a decrease of approximately 23.9% over those 3 years. This brings the current total also below our pre-pandemic level. This continued decline reflects the district's ongoing focus on prevention, early intervention, and providing schools with the supports needed to address student behavior before it results in exclusionary discipline. This slide shows how the 3-year reduction in discretionary expulsions is distributed between middle and high school. Both middle and high school contributed to the decline, with middle school discretionary expulsions decreasing by 22.1% and high schools experiencing a 25.7% reduction over the 3-year period. This is particularly encouraging because the reductions are occurring in both of the grade bands where discretionary expulsions are concentrated. This slide shows how the use of discretionary expulsions differs across the student groups and whether those differences have changed over time, again using relative risk ratios. There is some encouraging movement among several student groups. For example, the relative risk ratio for students eligible for special education declined from pre-pandemic rates of 3.4 to 1.77, continuing a longer-term downward trend. Several student groups maintain a less than 1.0 rate, including English learners at 0.88, meaning that they are experiencing discretionary expulsions at a lower rate than other students. The most significant concern remains Black African American students whose relative risk ratio is 3.66, despite the decline from the pre-pandemic level of 4.22. That does mean that the discretionary expulsion remains significantly disproportionate for this student group, even though the overall number of expulsions has declined. As with suspensions, this data demonstrates that while we are making gains overall, we must prioritize supporting systems and practices that ensure all students, regardless of demographics or strategic focus areas, have equitable student experiences. At this time, I will turn the presentation over to Dr. Scavella to share some of the work that has already been happening in this area.
Sam Scavella for the record. This slide highlights the key strategies that contributed to the district's continued reductions in suspensions and discretionary expulsions. Over the past 2 years, we have shifted from a primarily compliance-based approach to one centered on proactive coaching and partnership with schools. Education Services Division Region Directors meet monthly with site administrators to review effective practices and strengthen school-based student discipline processes. We have increased cross-departmental collaboration to provide more coordinated support, expanded the implementation of restorative practices and multi-tiered system of supports, and used discipline data to strategically direct resources to schools with the greatest needs. 55 targeted schools prioritize creating safe, respectful, and consistent campuses by incorporating MTSS-related goals into their school improvement plans. Additionally, nearly 1,300 school-based staff members participated in professional learning, contributing to a 53.8% increase in the use of restorative practices since the 2023-2024 school year. During the 2025-26 school year, schools experienced notable reductions in several areas, including a 29% decrease in weapons-related offenses, a 17% decrease in fighting, a 13% decrease in theft, a 13% decrease in bullying, a 9% decrease in threats, and a 7% decrease in racially motivated incidents. As you may recall, middle schools were identified as a priority area due to high suspension rates at that level. We previously shared the targeted support provided to middle schools with the highest numbers of student suspensions. This work involved wrapping each school community with coordinated resources and tailored support from multiple divisions and departments. This slide presents the outcomes after just 1 year of this focused partnership. While the individual school results are listed, it is important to emphasize that these targeted schools collectively achieved a 35% reduction in suspensions. 2 schools achieved particularly significant results. Becker Middle School reduced suspensions by nearly 90%, while Silvestri Junior High School reduced suspensions by almost 80%. These outcomes reflect the dedication of school leaders and staff who have worked intentionally to build positive school cultures, strengthen relationships with students, and implement proactive behavioral supports. These outcomes demonstrate a collective shift in thinking by staff, families, and students. We appreciate their commitment and look forward to expanding these successful practices across the district. We also want to celebrate schools that demonstrated the greatest gains in helping students feel seen, connected, and respected, as reflected in the district-wide perception survey results. Consistent with our previous presentation on perceptions of school safety, we measured student connectedness using responses to 4 standard survey statements. I like my school, teachers understand my problems, my teachers care about me. If I am absent, there is a teacher or some other adult at school who will notice my absence. We are proud to recognize Bunker Elementary School, Garside Junior High School, and Sunrise Mountain High School for achieving meaningful increases in student connectedness. These results reflect their intentional efforts to strengthen relationships, foster a sense of belonging, and ensure that students know caring adults who are invested in their success. I will now turn the presentation over to Dr. March.
Brandy March for the record. Looking ahead, our work will focus on sustaining this momentum while continuing to improve outcomes for all students. We will implement the School Justice Collaborative pilot to identify successful practices and continue providing professional learning that increases collaboration between multiple agencies that promote consistent and equitable discipline practices. We're partnering with the Student Services Division to provide tiered coaching, technical assistance, and professional learning opportunities for schools. This support will be targeted to improve outcomes for our student groups with the highest levels of disproportionality, namely Black African American students eligible for special education. We will also finalize revisions to the Code of Conduct and discipline regulations through cross-departmental collaboration while increasing student and family voice to ensure our systems reflect the needs of the communities we serve. While we're encouraged by the progress we made and will continue to make with the next steps we mentioned, we also recognize there are opportunities to continue to improve our systems and supports. Our focus will be on expanding restorative practices and MTSS implementation to ensure students receive appropriate support and intervention before exclusionary discipline becomes necessary. We will also continue strengthening behavioral supports at the elementary level by emphasizing age-appropriate Tier 1 and Tier 2 supports. And finally, we'll continue building the capacity of school leaders and staff through ongoing professional learning and coaching, ensuring consistent implementation in district-wide discipline practices to make sure every student has access to a safe, supportive, and equitable learning environment. One of our key priorities this year is the development of a revised pre-kindergarten to grade 12 student code of conduct. We'll officially launch the Code of Conduct Working Group this month with representation from central office and school-based administrators. Over the coming months, we will develop a draft, gather feedback from community partners, as well as internal departments, and refine the document through collaboration with the working group. Our goal is to present the revised Code of Conduct to the Board of School Trustees in February 2027, followed by district-wide professional learning to support consistent implementation beginning in March of 2027. In addition to revising the Student Code of Conduct, we're expanding our district-wide implementation of Tier 1 Social Emotional Behavioral, or SEB, supports through the multi-tiered system of supports and positive behavioral intervention and support frameworks. This work began with the required MTSS Tier 1 Social Emotional Behavioral, or SEB, purpose and planning. The training with the training and the release of the updated MTSS implementation manual. Over the next several years, school leadership teams will engage in a series of workshops focused on positive behavioral supports, school-wide systems, classroom practices, data-informed decision-making, as well as implementation fidelity. This phased approach will help build the capacity of our school leaders and staff to create safe, supportive, and predictable learning environments while ensuring consistent implementation across the district. Now I'll turn it over to Kevin McPartland.
Kevin McPartland for the record. Our progress would not be possible without the support of our community partners. We are grateful for the organizations that continue to support the district and work directly with our students by providing mentoring, mental health services, enrichment opportunities, family support, and community engagement. As we move forward, we will continue expanding partnerships in key areas, including career connectedness opportunities, youth mentoring, early childhood and family literacy, and restorative justice. These collaborations help ensure students receive the support they need both inside and outside the classroom. As we conclude, I'd like to emphasize that this work extends beyond reducing suspensions, expulsions, or chronic absenteeism. It is about creating schools where students feel safe, supported, connected, and engaged every day. While we have shown that we are making progress, we acknowledge that there is much work to be done. This work will continue over the next 5 years as we strengthen our systems to improve attendance, support positive student behavior, and provide schools with the tools they need to help every student succeed. This concludes our presentation, and we're happy to take any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll open it up for discussion. Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to say, well, thank you, by the way, for the presentation and for bringing everybody together in one. That way we can ask all our questions all together. I had a question on Bright Futures, Bright Coalition, Bright Walks. If you could kind of walk back a little bit on what that is for the public and for us.
Thank you for the question. So Bright Futures was a change from our previous campaign, Everyday Matters. So we wanted to broaden the goal, not just about attendance, but student engagement, bringing students back to the district, and also achievement. So we wanted to incorporate all aspects of what we do. And the walks are part of it, the coalition, our Bright Futures website. So everything is tied in together for the same goals to help our students succeed.
Got it. Thank you. And my second question was on the data. So the data, and it could be for both, we've had a lower enrollment. And so have we kind of looked at the data to say 30% here is not 30% today?
Thank you for the question. So as we look at the reduction in enrollment, we did compare that to the other reductions that we've seen. In all of our situations, the progress that we've made, both in chronic absenteeism as well as with the discretionary expulsions and suspensions, outpaces the reduction in our student population.
Say that again. Wait, it outpaces?
So, meaning that the data, so for example, if we look a couple of years ago specifically at suspension rates, while our student population is down about 7%, our discretionary expulsions was down 12%, and our discretionary expulsions was down 23%, and our suspensions were down 12%. So when I say outpacing, meaning that it was a better reduction than what we did see in our student body.
I see. And I'll move over to absenteeism. So I appreciate that for the behavioral part of this. But for the absenteeism part, if we're seeing 17%, is that, are we kind of looking at that adjustment?
Sure, I'll take that
question. Are you the
too.
data person for everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So again, when we're looking at this, when we're talking about the 31% 3 years ago, that is a much higher population. So it is a larger number of students. So 30% of a smaller group is going to produce a smaller result for us as well. So again, in that aspect, we are doing well there too.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Stafford.
Brilliant. Bringing this together. It's really important because you can't separate the two. Yesterday, I did walk in some neighborhoods, And what I loved on the form was the follow-up piece. And I think that's the key that I want to ask you about for chronic absenteeism. What I want to kind of preface this before I ask the question. So back in 2018, the Opportunity Myth Gap report by TNTP, which is an educational organization, really highlights the fact that there are several factors that really impact a student's success, and one is that sense of belonging. I don't know that any district has ever measured a sense of belonging or connectedness. So I just want to say thank you for making that a priority, and it does go to my question. The question is this. So who's going to own when we can't and we identify kids that are not connected? So we have in Infinite Campus, the database, and all the kids, whether they're connected to band or sports or Stuco, we just heard. So who's going to own how they're going to connect with the kids? What's that process look like at the school level? And I have a part B after.
So this is a new process this school year. So the goal is centrally we will pull a report to show who is not engaged, provide that information to the school directly, and give them guidance on how to maybe have conversations with the students, have them connect with a classroom teacher or an advisor to see if there's something that the school can offer, whether it's a student-driven club or something that's already in place that they didn't know existed. So that's one piece. So I do believe that the follow-up is important, but we are trying to help the school centrally to give them that information.
So my point to that, thank you, because it is the first step, right? Identifying who's not connected, trying to do the outreach. And then what is the next step after that to tie some of the other pieces, behavior, not just attendance, academics? What's that next piece? I'm trying to be forward thinking.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So just kind of going back to the town halls that we do. When we go into schools that they've either self-identified that they want a town hall, or the discipline data is identified that the school is one that we want to go in and get some student voice. And it is clear that relationships between adults and students is one of the key factors in the schools that have reductions and low levels of discipline. And so by identifying the students that are not engaged, identifying what things we need to put in place at those schools, what offerings we have, or what communication do we need to make sure they're aware of it, we do believe that we will see that correlation between engagement and discipline going down, right?
Okay, thank you. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I think last year, when the decision was made to make one person concentrate on chronic absenteeism was one of the best moves last year. So thank you, Ms. Jones, for all the work that you do in there. Page 5 talks about the 40% decrease in the number of students. My question is, and I know I've asked this before, but I haven't cemented it in my brain. Chronic absenteeism at the federal level, there's a determination, but at the state level, remind me what impact can we have from a legislative standpoint this body could do to support the evolution of how we determine chronic absenteeism?
So I'll start with taking that question. So currently, just understanding chronic absenteeism and what measures into it. A student does have to be enrolled more than half of the school year, and it's more than 10% of their enrollment period of time. So if a student's here for the entire 180 days, then it's that they're absent more than 18 of those days. That, just to be clear, that is excused and unexcused absences, with a couple of exceptions, including medical notes or the first 5 days of a religious exemption. So I think that's key in understanding that and making sure that is something that is understood, is how that metric is actually determined, because it's not just unexcused absences. It's any time that a student is out of school, with a couple of exceptions. So that would be the first piece. And then looking at, as a body, just advocating, currently it is our student engagement metric, but there are a lot of other student engagement metrics which we've also discussed tonight, including the connection piece and making sure that students are engaged. So looking at how we can incorporate not just focusing on chronic absenteeism, but more of the connection piece when the students are on campus, not just when they're off campus.
Thank you for that. And then I just want to go to page 13. You talked about the school attendance review board, and I know that's going to be something new. Here's my question. So over the last 2 years, right, with the harbors and TPOP, we made some progress, right? It shows. So my question is, are those dissolving and the new effort will all be on this attendance review board? How is that? Will that be combined? Will that stay separate? How will that work?
Thank you for the question. Well, the county did reorganize those services, so the referral process is going to be the same for the harbor and TPOP now. So our goal is to collaborate with them to develop another aspect resources the schools can use to refer families, and if we can lean on the county to provide that extra layer of resources so families can go to this review board and get the higher level of tiered interventions. That's the goal, and we will model it after other boards that are in place and trying to incorporate our stakeholders as much as possible. But we also will use our in-house advocates who are attendance officers, go to the door if they tag the door, if they talk to a family and they need higher interventions. Our in-house advocates, we have 3 now, we're gonna have 3 that are gonna actually do the follow-ups with those families. They do school visits and everything. So I think in combination with the attendance review board and our higher interventions in-house centrally, I think we're gonna have a good relationship to get the families what they need.
Thank you. And when will that launch?
We're hoping for the next school year.
Next school year.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, see if I got everybody right here, Mr. McPartland, Ms. Jones, Mr. Huffman, Dr. Scavella, and Dr. March. I've been working on memorization here. A couple of questions. Some of them have been answered asked by my colleagues already. So when we're talking about a student that doesn't feel connected, Ms. Jones, I think this would be your area, I'm not sure. Is there any commonality that we have identified besides maybe somebody not having a one-on-one relationship? Is there some commonality we've identified for the ones that are not connected?
The data that I've looked at is our home visit data from our attendance officers, and what we've seen, it's a variation. Some of it's housing stability, so sometimes it has nothing really to do with the school itself. It's everything outside of school. So stability at home, childcare, mental health needs. So that's the goal, is trying to figure out those root causes, and then hopefully wrapping that student with those resources so they can be well enough or have the resource enough to be connected to their school.
Okay, so I know we talked about it a little bit in the briefing, so basically like external things, not maybe like on-site. And this next question, and also too on the other side, I appreciate the data and the way that it was presented this time. For me, it was like much easier, and I appreciate that. I think this is Dr. Scavella, on the key strategies, and I really like as far as being proactive, on the restorative practices, how are we kind of making sure, clarifying that it's going to be consistent across the campuses, the training?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Cavazos. We provide monthly training to all schools across the district in proactive restorative practices. We ensure that every school has a restorative leadership team, and those teams are led by a culturally inclusive and restorative champion. Right now, we are providing training to make sure that those what we call champions are able to have the training that they need to lead their schools and train their school staffs, so that it's consistent across all schools. That's something that we've been working at for quite a while now, and we've seen that most of all of our schools do have school teams. We require principals to identify who their leaders are in the building so we can connect with them to provide them with the support that they need.
Thank you. I'm very encouraged by that, because this is a question that just doesn't go away. It's like, especially with parents with multiple children in different schools, different levels, it's just like, how come this is happening here, this isn't happening here? And so thank you for that. My last question has to do, and I think Mr. Huffman and Mr. McPartland are the only one that get off scot-free here. I think it's Dr. March here. When we're talking about this revised code of conduct, and if we don't know this, we don't know this, okay? But I thought I'd throw it in there anyway. A code of conduct is extremely important for everybody that's involved with our students. Staff, everyone, parents, the code of conduct for our students while they're on our campuses interacting with one another. Do we have anything in particular that is being kind of projected as far as like being a big change or something that our committee is going to be focused on?
Thank you for the question. I'll actually take that one. Absolutely, the code of conduct, it is a lessons learned since the previous one was released. It is looking at the data. Things that we're looking forward to working with the community to create is just further reinforcing PBIS, progressive discipline, really also looking at the elementary school and the interventions available at the elementary school. We saw that in the data. Also, really looking at the infraction codes. There was a move before to reduce the number of codes at the state level. We followed suit with that. There's a little bit of push of maybe we need to expand the codes to be a little more specific about what the data is so schools can identify so we can provide interventions. So really looking at those codes, we might see some changes there as well.
Okay, so it sounds like a lot of really proactive work on this. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Trustee Johnson.
Thank you all. This is really helpful. Can we go back to slide, I guess it's the slide that talks about attendance, slide 9. So it's like that parabola shape where it's high on both ends. Have we thought anything about, especially for K through 5, providing incentives for parents who are doing what we want to do, and so that they receive, because I don't, maybe it does, but I don't think that punitive methods may be helpful. And we also know kindergartners aren't getting themselves to school. My kindergartner couldn't get themselves to school, so many can't. And so it's the parents in that first group generally who are responsible for them. And then on the other end of that, for 7-12, are there other positive incentives that we can provide to, again, reduce that number? Because I was really surprised to see, 4 through 6 had such low or lower absentee rates. And so just wondering if you all had had any suggestions about that already.
So when we do my office does one-on-one targeted, support for our schools. A lot with our elementary school, we know that we need to focus on the parents. So we actually send our attendance officers to their open house to kind of educate the families on the attendance, rules and policies. We also have a bucket of incentives that, we have resources we can tell schools that this might be a good, maybe have a raffle at your open house so families will show up, or things to engage the parents more. I know one school was offering family gift baskets or movie nights for students with positive attendance. So I know elementary for sure is focusing more on the parents. As far as our upper levels, we look at more of the classes being offered. We're trying to get, we know CTs becoming more prominent in our schools. So understanding what the interests of our students are to get them engaged. So I think twofold, yes, we are working on both ends differently. And like I had mentioned, our officers focus this summer were kindergartners and incoming seniors to get them excited about the school year, educate families too.
That's perfect. And then the last one, slide 23. All right. So, one, I really appreciate how, and I told Kevin this when we talked earlier this week, for me, this is so much simpler of a way to describe how we are looking at suspensions, expulsions. It is so much more clear to me where there are bright spots, where there are challenges, what the baseline is, and I just really appreciate the clarity and the transparency around where we are doing well and where we're not doing well. And I think the information speaks for itself, right, as you see the slide. And I was trying to figure out what the question I wanted to ask around this, because when I look at this, two things pop out to me. Not just the disproportionality, which you touched on, but how pre-pandemic levels for almost all groups are lower in terms of suspensions than are for two groups in particular. You mentioned Native American students and then Black students. And so that to me was a big pop out, because pre-pandemic, I was like, oh, no, I'm sorry. This 4.22 for Black and African American students. But regardless, I think the trend line is pretty steady across. And so I'm just trying to understand, when you all look at this information, what does it make you think around doing something differently? Because I know that we've done efforts and they are we're making strides. And if one student is 3 times more likely to be suspended than another student, to me, that raises a big red flag. If I were in that student group, I would say, wait, I have a big chance of being suspended this year at school. Maybe yes, maybe no, but like the information would say I have a 3-time more likely chance of being suspended. So what does it make you all think around what you might need to do even more differently than the steps you're taking? Because the steps you're taking, I think, are incremental steps, and we're going to need to see like huge reductions in order for us to reach that goal of the safe and supportive schools that we want to have.
Thank you for the question. I'm going to provide a response, but while I do that, I'm also going to ask Ms. Ivy Burns, the Executive Director of Student Services, to join us up, because there's an initiative I want her to speak to as well for us. And you are correct. I think the first part of this is having data that you can utilize to identify the issue. And I think we do have clean data. It's easy for the public to understand. It's easy for the trustees to understand and for us to work in. So I think that was the first step, and I think we've hit the mark with that. Because definitely, we see reductions, but not nearly enough, right? This is this is still an ongoing issue, and I think it's good that we shine the light on it. I think we have seen pockets of things that are working, and so I want to start with that. One being the middle schools with the tiered school support, where we're seeing schools with 90 and 80% reductions. That is a huge shift in the mindsets and the hearts of educators and families. And so lessons learned from that and expanding that out. And just looking at the data as well, students eligible for special education, seeing that from 3.4 down to 1.7, still disproportionate, but that's a measurable reduction. And what worked there that we can make sure works for all student groups. So looking at some of those things. We are also, another pilot that we're putting in place is the School Justice Collaborative, which looks at changing outcomes for students, not just with discipline in school, but also being connected to juvenile justice and those type of things. So working together that way. So that's another thing we're expanding. The town halls, really expanding that and going to lower levels as well. As we saw the elementary and some of the disproportionality in suspensions and going up, getting it down to that level to make sure we have hearing student voices about what's making a difference for them and what it feels like to be a student in that school for them, and really using that to drive the results. Again, the cultural competency and culturally responsive professional learning offered by Dr. Scavella's team, and that implementation and ensuring principals are involved and the teams at the schools, because again, the relationships are what leads to avoiding students being engaged in progressive discipline to begin with. So we want to focus on that. The student code of conduct is going to be a huge piece, really being built off of this data that we're seeing here, is what interventions can we put in place, what changes do we need to make, what positive things do we need to put in at schools to provide them the supports they need to avoid students escalating to higher levels of behavior. Continuing to partner with NDE. It was very powerful having the 55 schools that had to include this as a step in their school improvement plan, right? Not just academic, but also related to climate and culture and student connectedness. So that was a driving force that we're seeing positive results from. And then finally, I will turn it over to Ms. Burns, but the Student Services Division leading a new initiative specifically targeting African-American students who qualify for special education, and so we want to have you share some of that.
Thank you, Mr. McPartland. Ivy Burns for the record. Thank you for the question. The Student Services Division has contracted with a third-party consultant, the Public Consulting Group, to help us conduct a root cause analysis into the disproportionate exclusionary removal of Black students eligible under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act in our district. The root cause analysis is currently underway. Once we receive the findings from the root cause analysis, they will be reviewed, and then a targeted action plan will then be developed and implemented in addition to this team with the assistance of the Nevada Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports Technical Assistance Center.
I'm grateful to hear it. I know it's not easy work, but if we are going to make sure that every student feels like they are part of the school community writ large, every student needs to make sure that when they come to school, they know I'm going to be treated fairly, I'm going to be held to a court, I got to do my part, and when I do my part, I'm also going to be treated fairly within the rules. So both things need to be true, and so I'm really thankful that we're going to go through that process.
Thank you. Lisa Satori.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation, and I'm so thankful for this team for all of the hard work. I mean, it is wonderful to see the needle moving in the right direction in so many of these indicators. And I was especially glad to see in the middle school level, because I know we've had many presentations where we were seeing an increase in suspensions and expulsions in that middle school level. And I know there was so much work done in student town halls and different things to really work with that middle school group. So seeing those numbers go down is fantastic. My question then, so now I'm going to look at the one group that is on the rise. And so how can we now turn that attention towards them as well? I want to ask about our elementary increase in suspensions. Particularly, I'm hearing from some teachers and staff members that they're seeing an increase, particularly at the early ages of behaviors, but particularly physical behaviors, not just towards one another, but directed towards staff and teachers. And a lot of veteran teachers are telling me that they're experiencing physical, behaviors towards them that they have not experienced, and really are, requesting support there. They don't, they struggle to know how to handle that. So that's one of my questions. So, like, what kind of support, can we provide for those teachers? Also, it also lends to the need for, as we're promoting pre-K, early pre-K, because the earlier we get these learners in, get those, behaviors established, or working with those families, I definitely think we'll see that difference in elementary. But my question is, too, on the suspensions end, are we seeing, do you know if the majority is in a K2 level or 3-5 level? And then what are the infractions that we're seeing that are contributing mostly to those levels?
Thank you for the question. And certainly it is a data point that is on our minds as we move forward. So at the elementary level, it is across the board. I'd say 2 through 5 is where we really see the most. It is also across the board on types of behaviors, but certainly the more aggressive behaviors we're seeing. And so we're going to look, again, looking at that middle school tiered support model that we saw these results in, and where it took wrapping the school with multiple departments going in. And I think, an important piece of the middle schools is for those 10 middle schools, there wasn't one magic bullet that worked for any of them, right? Like, we came in, saw where the school was, the data they had, the priorities they had, and really tailored the support for that. So that's now we're bringing in our first elementary school into this. We're going to start with that. It's a school that has high levels of aggressive behavior, really, and it will involve all of these groups, all the departments, including support for special education teachers is an area that we saw at some of the elementary level. And so it's going to be using lessons learned to address it in that same way that worked for the middle schools.
Okay. Trustee Esparza-Stopford, thank you. Trustee Barone.
Oh, actually, I think Trustee Satori kind of like asked my question. I was going to just ask you to, and maybe I missed it in our briefing, but regarding the elementary school suspensions, I want to say, what's up with that? Because we see the downward trend, all of a sudden it ticks upward. But I think you already responded to it, so that's good. Thanks so very much.
Thank you. Trustee Henry.
Thank you all so much for the presentation. This is a lot of great data. I'm excited to see gains that we have had, but I do see that we still have room for improvement. I wanted to ask, so given the continued disproportionality we're seeing for African American students, particularly 2.71 relative risk for suspension and 3.66 relative risk for discretionary expulsion. What other trainings are administrators and staff receiving around implicit bias, culturally responsive practices, and equitable disciplinary decision-making?
Thank you for the question. We have a cultural competency training that we offer as a training that is required for all educators across the district. Last year, we trained over 43,000 educators in cultural competency. That really takes a deep dive into a self-examination where we look at implicit bias, we look at perceptions, because what we're trying to understand is when we talk about student behavior, that's individual student responsibility. But when we say how we look at and perceive that behavior, then those are the trainings that we try to offer. We also go out to schools and provide the implicit bias training. We've had several of those opportunities already this year. at the beginning of school and the pre-planning activities that schools were doing. So we provide these consistent trainings so that we can really get adults to look at how they're perceiving these behaviors that students are exhibiting in our schools, and then how are we addressing those behaviors.
Thank you for that. And part two is, how are we measuring whether that training actually changes disciplinary outcomes? Training completion is one measure, but are we seeing a reduction in disproportionality afterward?
So thank you for the question, and that's the key to it all, right? Is does it change things that occur at the school? And so what we see, and I don't want, Dr. Scavella mentioned it in his presentation, right, is as restorative practices are going up, we are seeing a decrease in overall incidents in high-level infractions, in suspensions and expulsions. So we're seeing, it's not just that students aren't getting suspended, there are less students being sent to the office. We're seeing that clearly in the data.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Trustee Biasotti.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for the presentation. So if I can gather from everything you're explaining here with the training on implicit bias, is this to say that you are essentially blaming or placing blame on the response to misbehavior as opposed to, addressing the root cause of the misbehavior in students? It seems to me, because on page 27 of 34, you state coaching and professional learning, provide ongoing professional learning, tiered coaching, school-specific discipline data. You also talk about the root cause analysis, which I look forward to finding, the results of those analyses. But all this training seems to be geared towards the teachers. So are we saying that this problem lies within the teachers?
Thank you for the question. So no, that is not what we're saying. What we are saying is that relationships matter, and being proactive with students to address behaviors at a lower level, providing students with the tools to make better decisions at that lower level, that's what these trainings do. It's all about being proactive. 80% of the tools that we give teachers and we give administrators are meant to be used proactively. Restorative practices don't replace discipline. It's meant to work in partnership with it in a proactive manner.
And going back to the root cause question that I remember addressing to Mr. Scavella at a previous presentation, what have we done to reach out and provide perhaps these trainings and coaching to the actual parents and the discipline system at home? Because it appears to me that they're not disciplining kids at home if we're having to deal with misbehavior in the classroom. We need to shift our energy to addressing the root cause as opposed to training our staff, in my opinion. Thank you. Go ahead.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if you wanted a response. So absolutely, and that is a great point, and thank you for making that, is, again, we talked about those 10 middle schools and that they all had different implementation practices that worked for them. And there were two that really did have targeted exposure to parents as part of the process. And as now that we're working with the elementary school, to Trustee Johnson's point, right, that's the key at the elementary level. So we're going to really flesh that out and come up with practices that we can really roll out across the board to involve parents in that work.
Thank you. Guys, snapping is just like clapping. Let's not do it, okay? Business meeting. Trustee Zamora, do you have anything?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Thank you, team, for the presentation. My question, well, I first have a comment about the absenteeism. I do appreciate the way we are moving with our messaging to our families. I really appreciate the breakdown of missing one day of school means missing this, day of math, right? Or you're missing how to do certain, work. And I think that's really helpful to really get the parents to understand the importance of having the kids come to school. I do hope we also work on messaging to our special education families who have chronic illnesses. We do understand there's flare-ups, just more, I think, messaging on these are the steps to do if your child cannot attend for a few days and we know, so we're prepping, and that way we can be collaborative between the families and the school to make sure work is getting done and they're still being active. My question is about, I always bring this up, you all. Can you share a little bit of what you have heard of how cell phone pouches has contributed to lowering some of the suspensions or expulsions? I'm thinking specifically around fighting, bullying, and threats, which are the issues that are happening.
Thank you, Trustee Zamora. I appreciate the question and the comment. So overall, when it comes to the cell phone pouches, right, not using them appropriately, or that is a minor behavior infraction. So there are no suspensions for that. Students don't get suspended for that. Of course, if it becomes a multiple thing, then it might become an insubordination. So data as far as that is not something that we track. However, anecdotally, as we talk to, especially high school and middle school principals, the fact they state that students not having access to their phones, they see less students planning to gather in the hallways, planning to gather, outside of school after school. So they see less of that. They see less loitering. They see less behaviors, and they believe less fights and less bullying because of the cell phones not being available. So just anecdotally, but we do hear that from the field.
Thank you for sharing that. And then another question I have is about how our CCSD-PD, I know when we've done our random sweeps, especially about weapons, do you have any data that can tell us how those random sweeps have contributed to also a decrease on having weapons in school?
Thank you for the question. So I have a partial answer is we do know that weapons and firearms is down in schools. We had that data as part of the presentation. I don't have data that can correlate the CCSD police partnership and the searches, the random searches and those things. I don't have that to tie in, but we can certainly effort that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Before we start our second round, we have a few more trustees that want to ask additional questions. I actually wanted to make a comment. The Bright Futures Walk is new, thanks to our superintendent. No, it's not new. I don't remember doing it in the past. Maybe she brought it back?
It was
She
done
brought it
over a
back.
decade. It hasn't been done in the last decade.
There you go. Okay, so I wanted to, first of all, commend our superintendent for bringing it back. I was chatting with her, and I'm kind of going to put you on the spot. I was chatting with her earlier, and she actually gave an example of her experience going out just this week. Chronic absenteeism is a very, very difficult thing for any district to tackle, to actually go to homes, knock on doors. It's a tough thing. And we've had a lot of people, staff, community, people just volunteering and being part of this, and it's made a difference. And I just wanted to give the superintendent props on that. And then if you wouldn't mind sharing, like, what that experience was like, just this, when you said that it works, like what you shared with me.
So thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I really want to give a huge shout out to the team and the community. We had community members show up, volunteers show up, other elected officials, our own school board of trustees. Thank you for joining. In one instance, we walked up to a door and you could see that the apartment was empty. So unfortunately, we don't know where that child is. We don't know if they've registered in another school, if they've moved out of state, where that child is. In another instance, the person was a little reluctant to talk, but then afterwards, having the conversation, she's like, okay, I'll have my daughter there tomorrow. And then from other teams, another elementary school was able to enroll 5, because we walked both Tuesday afternoon and Wednesday afternoon. From the Tuesday afternoon, 5, my deputy's nodding his head, 5 children, from one neighborhood. We don't know all the reasons why, but these families know that we want their children in school. The children come to the door as well. They know that we want them in school, and now they have registered in school. That was the goal.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and thank you for the presentation. I'm gonna turn it back over to, let's see, Trustee Esparza Stafford.
So a few things. A lot of my colleagues asked my questions, so I want to tell a story with the question. Former English teacher. So it's a parable, Johnson. So it's a short one. So we had the privilege to go and visit the students up in Spring Mountain, okay? And if you don't know, that place is very special. I think full circle for me personally was to be invited to go to the graduation of those students, in addition to other students that were participating. What I love about that space and what this is all doing is that when students make decisions that may not be the best for whatever reason, it doesn't define them. And that's what MTSS and restorative practices do for our kids, is it does not define them. And I just applaud the team. And I want to know, the question that I have really is, those 55 schools that had some success, right, with showing some difference, do they have an opportunity to share, because they're very unique communities, but are they actually interacting with each other so you can learn from each other? And what does that conversation look like going forward? Because maybe not all of them were as successful as their other communities. So if you could expand on that, and then I have a part two.
Thank you so much for the question. One of the amazing programs that we have developed over the last few years is essentially a professional learning community for our principals, allowing them an opportunity to come together and network and really share best practices, specifically around Tier 1, those universal supports. We started with elementary school, so we have what we call an elementary school support model, and then now we've moved the last 2 years in the middle school support model. We hope to move up to high school soon as well. But that middle school support model and elementary school support model, they meet every few weeks. They come together. We meet at a different school each time, and they're able to share all of the best practices, what's working, and then they are able to be honest and say, this isn't what's working, and how do we build from that? And it has been a very effective and very productive. So we've just opened, yesterday, of closing for the new schools to join us. We have 20 new elementary schools coming on board, 5 new middle schools coming on board. So it's continuing to grow each year.
Thank you for that. I think people need to hear that, because that is where the solutions are, those that are doing the work. And I appreciate that we're targeting, those areas that we need to really focus on. The part two to this is this: the community partnerships. I know we're highlighting those individuals. Oftentimes, are we truly tapping into individuals that can actually help with, and I say this because some of the conversations having with students and also with our families, they're struggling. There's a lot of issues. Unhoused, they can't put food on the table. People can barely fill their tank with gas right now. They're struggling. So mental health is very much top of mind. And are we tapping into other like family resource centers in our community? I know that in North Las Vegas, they just opened recently, it's been a year and a half, I think, the Dolores Huerta Center. And they offer a lot of services for youth and for families. That how are we getting that information to our families as well?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. I will start, and Ms. Jones, if you want to jump in, because this is where, discipline and chronic absenteeism, they are connected. They do overlap. And so it is the same kind of foundation that works for both, because we need to build a system that doesn't matter who identifies the concern with the student, whether it's the district, whether it is, mental health professional in the community, whether it's the harbor, whether it's, someone in the neighborhood, that doesn't matter where the student is identified, they can come into this wraparound services. So that's what the Bright Futures Coalition is, and we've really tapped into that as far as the discipline as well. And then also with the discipline, and we've really highlighted the the groups that are working specifically with students, right? That, whether it's the BSU network that's actually in our schools, the My Brother's Keeper that is really working to do mentoring at our schools. So those are the people that we value all, but we really appreciate the people that are actually getting down to the student level, and that's part of the whole work that we do.
Trustee Henry, or I'm sorry, Trustee Barone, I see you on there.
Thank you, Madam President. Hey, guys, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to pick a bone with you guys because over here, when we're talking about all the community partners, we actually had a principal here who testified here in front of the board about how they had taken a grant from a certain smaller city here in the valley and helped establish a shopping room, I guess, for household goods like laundry soap and cleaners and diapers, things we need. And apparently that principal testified how that was actually a pretty good thing to kind of like, motivate the parents to get their kids to school. But I didn't see that city, North Las Vegas's a reference there, right? The point being is, poverty is a real thing. And whenever we have economic hardships that strike sometimes disproportionately other parts of the country, we'll have that influx of students here. I know in my last year of teaching, I had several students that came in from Chicago, and that's just the way it was, right? And, that sometimes they come in here. And I'm very happy that, I know one of my former colleagues at my Rancho High School there, right? We accepted each and every kid that came in through the door, whether we had a kid who was a genius, gonna open up, an entirely new industry, and we've had those, right? Or kids who showed up with monitoring things on their leg. Whether, we had to accept by law each and every kid, right? And of course, we're not allowed to choose our clients, which are our children here. But actually, maybe in the future, and this is like a really deep dive, maybe I'd like to see a little bit of a tie-in, to where we could actually tie in things like discipline and absenteeism, right? I mean, we're blaming, sometimes it could seem like we're actually blaming the children for the condition that they're in. We're blaming the families for the children. How dare you be poor? Right? How dare you be poor? How dare you be come in from a disadvantaged situation? What the heck is the matter with you? But if somehow we could actually tie in some of these things, right, to a misery index, and believe me, at Rancho High School, we were right there on the so-called, avenue of hope there, right? We know all about this thing, the misery index. So if somehow in the future you could help us, maybe correlate some of these statistics, right? Poverty, disadvantage, right? With, and we could probably even show how some of our schools are doing pretty darn well, considering that they are on the so-called avenue of hope there, right? That they're dealing with, hey, if you're anywhere near Boulder Highway, there's a pretty big misery index over there too. So maybe, if we could have some of these statistics, you could correlate them with this, right? I know I would very, very much be very happy to see this, right? To kind of like educate people in our community, right? At all levels, right? Decision makers too. So you could understand just what it is that our students have to deal with on an everyday basis. Could you find those statistics for me?
Trustee Barone, thank you so much. Mr. Huffman's taking notes for sure. I do want to point out that, again, I understand the call out, and I appreciate that feedback. On slide 15, we do have North Las Vegas because we appreciate those mini grants. The schools love those, but we can certainly, since you didn't see it, we can make a bigger deal of it next time. So for all the municipalities, so thank you.
I just needed a stronger prescription glass. Well, actually, these are just the ones I got off the rack, kind of like the suits that I buy. That's just the way it is. The misery index sometimes applies to the councilman too, or trustees.
Trustee Henry?
Thank you so much, Madam President. I just admire his passion. It's just so full of energy and enthusiastic. Thank you, Trustee Barone. I wanted to speak back to what I was talking about earlier and and not to place blame on teachers and educators ever. And even with our households, yes, there are things that parents can do, but I do feel that parents are parenting to the best of their ability. I do know that, there are barriers that exist, and people are facing houselessness, and like Trustee Esparza-Straffigan said, you don't know where your next meal is coming from. We all have a shared responsibility for the greater outcomes for all of our students. But we also, there are studies that show that Walter Gilliam out of Yale had a study, and it showed that teachers watch Black children more closely. And if you did have the 3 Bs, if you were big, if you were Black, and you were a boy, you were more likely to be expelled. I just want to make sure that we are providing the trainings that we need for parents and our staff members. At the end of the day, we can't impact growth, our student growth, without changing and shifting adult behavior. Any adult that has interactions with our children. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Before I move on to Trustee Dominguez, our policies are pretty clear about outbursts. That's a disruption. Please keep your outbursts internal. Thank you. Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. So I had Trustee Zamora and I were privileged enough to be on an expulsionary hearing board, and that was I don't even remember the month because it was last year was so crazy. So I would like to hear how maybe because we had some suggestions and maybe kind of experiences that we had during that. I'd love to hear if anything had changed or if anything had been done between that.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you for the question, and thank you for the feedback from all trustees that serve on the ERBs. And so just for the public, so the Expulsion Review Board is the last step of due process. When a student is being recommended for expulsion, there is a level at the school. There's an initial notification at the school, a second level with the school, then it goes to the region, then it goes to a hearing panel, which includes a teacher, a support staff, and administrator from a non-related school connected to that incident, and then it goes to, so it's the final level of appeal. So absolutely, because one of the things we found is we needed to make sure that we had a legal review of all infractions and recommendations before. So General Counsel has put that in place, and that's the biggest shift we've had, is really just to make sure that we're looking at that before students have been out for an extended period of time, and it was really due to the feedback of the board, so thank you.
I really appreciate hearing that because we didn't get that circle back, so I really appreciate hearing that follow-up because it was very new for me in that realm. My last one, I promise to be quick, is that a lot of parents are experiencing divorce, and they're experiencing, one parent will move out of the zone school. And so how are we reaching out to families to say, hey, kid needs to still come to school?
Yeah, no, thank you for that. So overall, there are set communication policies within Infinite Campus when we have split homes. And so both parents, well, depending upon the divorce decrees and the legal documentation, that both parents would receive that. But certainly we know that when students are split between homes, it creates an obstacle almost internally of one house is farther away than the other. And so that is part of the work that we provide with when we go to the home visits and flush that out of what opportunities do we have to provide support for that family to help that student, because what we see a lot of time is a parent works one way, the school's the other way, and at the other house, they could walk to school, right? So it is something we come across, certainly. It's a challenge, which is why, as we look at what opportunities do we have, transportation partners is another thing that we're looking at, because it's a real thing, so thank you.
I love that. And I'll be remiss if I don't say this. I had a principal who told me that, the only thing he can control is the students when they're beginning of school and when they leave, and he can't control anything else above that. And so I have had the sentiment from a lot of my principals that they're working so hard to provide a safe environment for our students and to want to keep them coming back. So thank you.
Okay, I don't see anybody else in the queue. Trustee Zamora, did you have anything else?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, thank you for the presentation. Before we move to make a motion, I believe we have one person. I believe it is Mr. Kyle Rogers for public comment. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Kyle Rogers, The Record. I recently, over the summer, had gotten a new public records request. You know, this is something I've done a couple of times, and got updated discipline data. And what is very, very important in that data is that the STAR On program referrals had almost doubled. So remember, STAR On is a program kids can be in for between 10 to 90 days, a full semester. The number of expulsions, and this is a program usually where those discretionary expulsions, kids are sent, right? So instead of discretionarily expelling them, they send them to this program instead. That's often where those numbers go. Your numbers show that there were 225 less discretionary expulsions year over year, but the STAR On program increased 2,705. Far outpacing the discretionary expulsions. If we were to estimate a missed 20 days of instruction, of primary class instruction through the STAR On programs, that would equate to about 50,000 days of missed primary class instruction. Now, students still receive instruction in these programs, are what you'll be told, but the instruction is much lower quality. So, for example, some schools use APEX as instruction. APEX is an online credit retrieval program that is not aligned with the pacing guide CCSD uses. So they are not receiving the same quality of instruction as their peers in class. So they are getting even more behind while they're in these programs. This is why also your suspension numbers are down, because they're now in another category. The kids who might have gotten suspended once and then again are instead in these programs long-term, again, 10 to 90 days. Your numbers are not really down, they've just shifted. And this has happened many times. If you look at the trend, I have about 7 years of data. There's been talk at the state level, the Nevada Department of Ed, of starting to count RPCs as a suspension. So what happened in the last couple of years is that talk has happened. CCSD's RPC data has gone down by the tens of thousands, but in-house suspension has gone up by the tens of thousands. So what's happening is the data is shifting from one category to another to avoid accountability because they know what's going to be tracked. And folks are aware of that. So earlier the question was asked about violence to teachers. Because I know CCSD's discipline data very intimately, I know that about 80% of all violence to staff, the discipline categories, battery to staff and assault to staff, 80% of those students are students with IEPs. So if we wanted to address the issue of violence to teachers, that's where we should be focused. The folks on this panel I have spoken to, they have been aware of this issue since October of last year. I gave them their data then. The last year that just ended, the data's even worse in that case, and there's much more. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Kyle. All right. Ms. Ivanoff, do you have comments regarding this, this agenda item? Yes. How long will you give me? You have 3 minutes, like everybody else.
Okay. Hold on. Let's get the. It was addressed that teachers treat black boys, although none of you can tell me what boy is, differently. Nevada law does not punish people because of who they are. It punishes people for what they do. This is not a slogan. In Martinez v. State, the Nevada Supreme Court already said race and national origin may not be smuggled into punishment. Our statutes speak the language of act, theft, assault, drugs. They contain no racial multiplier. Equal protection under the United States Constitution and the Nevada Constitution forbids it. So when people point to raw numbers, arrest, school discipline, and play the statute book, they're describing a system Nevada law itself forbids. Neutral law do not skew outcome by race. They apply the same elements to the same conduct. If the number differs, look at behavior, family, and the fact of each case. That is harder than blaming the code. It's also honest. The law is colorblind. Our schools should be too. I will not teach children that the law is a racial weapon or that their skin is a destiny. I reject the claim that Black students carry some criminal nature or that they are less intelligent or less capable than anyone else. That junk science belongs in the grave. The color of the skin is not the problem. The absence of morality is. God has been kicked out of too many classrooms and too many hearts. You cannot restore discipline while refusing to teach right from wrong. Our Constitution was made for moral people. This school system is not forming those people. Sex indoctrination in place of real education and character produces confused children who grow up into amoral adults. Every child is made in the image of God. Every child is capable of learning, self-control, and excellence. High standards, equal rules, no racial folklore, colorblind law, colorblind classrooms, morality, individual responsibility, that is how free people stay free. How can any child raise to his or her best potential if the adults in the room expect less and treat crime as a destiny? That is the question I hope you leave this meeting with. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for the presentation. That concludes that part. Now we're going to, I'll entertain a motion to approve this item, this report. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accept the report on attendance and discipline.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Trustee Johnson?
Oh, I was fast on the draw today, y'all. Y'all couldn't beat me today. I would second that.
Thank you, Trustee Johnson. Let's vote. Trustee Zamora?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you so much. Okay. Before I open 5.01, this is not an action item, but I do want to have a quick note of decorum. I understand that this agenda has some items on it that provoke passion, and that's totally fine. But I do still need to remind all of us that this is our business meeting, and I'm asking everybody to be respectful. When a person comes up to speak, they get 3 minutes, and they deserve 3 minutes without audience interruption. That said, interruptions would include things like clapping, clicking, yelling, stomping of feet. All of these things are actually in our policy. So I am asking that everyone remain respectful. And if I may, I would like to inject a little bit of humanity into this and remind everybody in the room that we are all human beings here, and that we all want what's best for our kids. And some of us have a different idea of what that is, and that's okay. So I'm asking that we all be the best representatives that we can be, the best examples to our children, and show them what respectful discourse can look like. Okay? Is that fair? Let's move on. I will go ahead and open 5.01.
Madam President, I have a point of order.
Yes?
I believe this item should not belong on the regular board meeting agenda. It is a trustee item. This item has nothing to do with student achievement, the strategic plan, and I think this should be moved to a work session because this is a trustee item.
I think that would have been a great comment when we did adoption of the agenda, but I will refer to council.
No, I'm sorry, Teddy Parker for the record. Madam President, you're correct. The board agenda was approved, it was a motion, it was second, it was all in favor, I believe. So this is a part of the agenda.
I want it stated for the record that this does not have anything to do with student achievement, the strategic plan, and does not belong on a regular board meeting.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Madam President, can I also address that
Yep.
last comment? The other thing I would point out is our governance policy specifically says what we're about to do in terms of this agenda item. So,
And we voted on those governance policies in a board meeting.
absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, with that, this is an item on board governing policies and protocols. I'm going to read one of our policies, and it should help people in the audience understand what our process is, what we're doing today, and also understand that these policies were not created to divide us. They're here to make us an effective governing body. GP2 Section 6 subparagraph D says that if subparagraph C is ineffective, the board president, during a public board meeting, shall remind the subject board member of their pledge to follow governing policies and protocols and ask them to honor their commitment through appropriate action. That is what the policy says. So for this discussion item, I really want to make it clear. I'm not in any way telling a trustee what they can and cannot say. This item on our agenda is meant to be a reminder that we as a board decided that we would hold ourselves to a higher standard and be trustees that focus on governance, so we don't become a board that is a distraction from all the good work that our superintendent, her team, and frankly, this board is doing to make this a destination district. So I also want to remind everyone that, there was a time when we were in this process of voting for these governance policies, we discussed and acknowledged that a trustee has the right to not follow or they can violate the policies. But it came with an understanding that there would be an enforcement, that part is also in the policies, and that's why we're here today. So with that, I'm going to follow our policies, remind my colleague, Trustee Biasotti, of her pledge to follow governing policies and protocols, and ask her to honor her commitment through appropriate action. Now, I do want to give Trustee Biasotti an opportunity to respond, and I want to keep this fair and respectful. So this is a discussion item, so other people can go in the queue. But I want you to keep in mind that when you make your comments, Trustee Biasotti has the right to respond. I don't want us interrupting or cutting each other off. And I really want this to be a respectful time where we come together and show that our policies are again, there to bring us together, not to divide us. Okay? So with that, Trustee Biasotti.
Madam President, I have another point of order. I believe that this item is missing a reference material, and we are supposed to discuss and remind a trustee regarding board governance policies and protocols, but there is no mention of what the protocol or what the policy was that was broken. I didn't see anything that that showed where she broke the policy. There was no additional information added to this. How is the trustee supposed to review it? How is the board supposed to review it? How is the public supposed to evaluate this? This is not, it's not a clear direction of what can be added onto this agenda. This is an allegation, probably even hearsay, because I don't see any evidence.
It's on here. So it's on here. So if you look at, okay, let's go to reference item 5.01B, I think it is. This is GP3. It's all about communication.
Madam President.
And to be fair, trustee, I was trying, again, to be very respectful of my colleague and not air out all of those things and give her the opportunity to respond. But if you want me to go through this, I can.
I do not feel respected. For the
Madam
record, I do not feel
President,
respected.
If I could, how am I supposed to, I know the policies, how am I supposed to review this and have a discussion if I don't know what the action was or what the alleged action was. In a court of hearing, there would never be a discussion on evidence that has never been submitted. And maybe our attorney can chime in. I don't know of any government agency that has a discussion in public without evidence.
Okay. So, if you know our policies well, then you know that we have what is called a response process.
Yes.
It's one of our protocols. And in that process, it says that if there is a board member that violates a policy, that the president or the vice president or both will talk to that trustee. So you're not privy to those conversations. Hold on, I'd like to finish. I let you talk. After that, if it happens more than once, then at that point, it goes on a board meeting. That is what the policy says. It doesn't say anything about a court of hearing. It doesn't say anything about making sure you have all the evidence that you need. This is about Trustee Biasotti and I have had conversations. She knows that, and now I'm giving her the opportunity to respond. And I'm trying to keep this respectful, and I'm having a hard time because the policies are here, you've read them, you approved them, and you're saying point of order. So now I'm going to have to go to legal counsel again because you said point of order. So I'm going to ask him to weigh in.
Again, Teddy Parker for the record. Madam President and Trustee Dominguez, we're going strictly by what the policy says. And the policy doesn't afford all of the things you just mentioned. It's not written within the policy. So if you wanted those things, those additional caveats and conditions, it should have been a part of the discussion we had at the retreat when those policies were being discussed and ultimately approved. And so I don't see where your additional requirements for this item to be discussed are in the policies. In fact, they're not. And the President properly articulated what Section 6 says and what you're supposed to do when you review, if you review GP2 and GP3. And so I think what the President was trying to do is avoid the full discussion of what those conversations were, because it's not required under the governance policy to disclose those conversations with Trustee Biasotti.
If I could say for public comment, I do not believe that is transparent in the public's eye. I do not believe that we can have a discussion on alleged behavior and alleged things that were broken. How am I supposed to have a discussion or uphold, policies and protocols and have that reminder to the trustee?
Trustee Dominguez, I'm gonna allow Trustee Biasotti to have her time, but I would like to say that to state alleged is a false thing to say when we agreed upon and voted on the policies, and the policies were very clear about social media posts. That is out there. It's not alleged, it's literally out there. So I'm not gonna argue about this part. Legal has spoken, and I would like to give Trustee Biasotti a chance to speak, please.
I just wanted it stated for the record.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the comments that were made by Trustee Dominguez, because I am allowed to post on social media. That in itself is not a violation. So my question is, what in the content that I posted was a violation, and exactly what violation are you speaking of?
Let me pull it up. It's all here. And frankly, you all have access to the same information that I have. So under GP 03.
Madam President, not to interrupt you, but I am not talking about what policy. Like I said, you are mentioning that I posted on social media. That in itself is not a violation. I can post about the weather. I can post about what you deem is appropriate.
Yeah.
But I am asking, what did I post that you deemed was inappropriate and is the reason why we're here?
Okay, here we go. Sorry, I have a lot of different policies up in front of me. There were quite a few. So there's an area, and Joe, if you could help me, I'm only one person. If you could please help me find the policy that talks about the policies about how we are to be respectful of every single person that we represent, and then it even gives a reference to the district policies that we are supposed to emulate. That's one of them. The other one is 03, where it talks about communication, and it says, individual postings made to social media sites should be considered carefully in light of how they would reflect on the trustee, the full board, and the district. Opinions expressed by trustees on social media platform have the potential to be disseminated far beyond the trustee's desire or intention and may undermine the public perception of fitness of the individual to serve trustees, to serve student interests. And then it goes on. And so basically what we talked about when we approved these policies was that we were going to hold ourselves to a standard where we said we're not going to we're not going to post things that's going to make the whole board look like we are attaching ourselves to one kind of thinking or one opinion. Then it goes further and it starts to explain what some of those things might be. And that's what I've asked Joe to look up.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Joe Caruso for the record. So the policy I believe you're referring to is GP3, section, let's see, would be number 7 under use of electronic communications and social media.
Oh, I found it. Yeah, it's subsection 6.
Mm-hmm.
It's subsection 6 under F. And it talks about social media platforms, and then subsection 6, it says, trustees will refrain from posting remarks or comments on social media that could reasonably be interpreted as an infraction of CCSD policy 5137, safe and respectful learning environment, discrimination based on race, bullying, or cyberbullying, CCSD policy 5138, addressing the rights and needs of students with diverse gender identities or expressions, or 5139, anti-racism, equity, and inclusion, on discrimination based on race, cyberbullying, diverse gender identities or expressions, or equity and inclusion.
Thank you. Thank you, and I appreciate.
Hold on. I was very clear about outbursts. If you have signed up for 3 minutes, you'll get your time. But if you continue to have outbursts and disrupt this business meeting, I will have you removed. Go ahead.
So I did hear what I wanted. What I was asking for is which policy in particular you were alleging that I violated. I wasn't referring to the governance policies, but you now did in fact state it was 5137. And so with that, I would like to say why that allegation is false, and my response is this. I wore the XXXY shirt because it reflects a sincerely held religious belief. Members of this board may disagree with that belief. Disagreement, however, is not itself a violation of board policy. I have the right to express my views. I have the right to disagree. And I have the right as a woman and as an elected representative to advocate for boundaries I believe protect women and children without having that expression automatically characterized as bullying or harmful conduct. Disagreement is not bullying. Advocacy is not harassment, and expressing a viewpoint in itself is not misconduct. That distinction matters not only for me, but for the integrity of this board and the principles of representative government. Look at the policies before us, like Joe mentioned. Policy 5138 also protects the rights and needs of students with diverse gender identities or expressions. My shirt was expressing gender. Too, but it was expressing gender. It requires a safe, inclusive, and respectful learning environment. I can respect and protect every student under that policy without being required to abandon my own religious beliefs or surrender my right to express them. In fact, Policy 5138 itself ties certain disciplinary action concerning names or pronouns back to whether the conduct meets Nevada's statutory definition of bullying or violates another district policy. Again, that distinction matters. The allegation cannot serve as both the accusation and the evidence supporting it. If, Madam President, you intend to publicly reprimand me, identify the conduct, identify the provision, and show the evidence establishing that violation. Because if the basis for punishment is ultimately that members of this board disagree with the message on my shirt, then we have moved beyond enforcing policy and into a serious question of freedom of speech and religious expression. And removing an elected trustee from a committee does not affect only me. It affects the constituents who elected me, 72,000 of them approximately, to represent them in the work that I do on this board. The liberals of this board should not be able to diminish that representation simply because it disagrees with the religious beliefs of the person who voters elected, which is me. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, what I would like to do, I think we should take a quick recess. I want to take a quick recess. I know, we're going to have discussion, but legal. Teddy, is it okay that I say that? Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, legal has literally asked us to take a break. Thank you. We'll take a quick recess. All right, meeting will resume in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay, everybody, I want to thank you for your patience. Thank you for giving the board a moment to work with our legal counsel. We are back. We are in action. Thank you. One of the things that I want to express on here on this particular policy is it says in the policy that this is to serve as a reminder. So the reminder has been done. Trustee Biasotti had her opportunity to speak as well. And so with that, and it's not an action item. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move on. We're going to go to the next item. We don't want to spend a lot of time on this. All right, no, come on. Business meeting, guys. Let's keep it to the business. We're going to go to the next item. This is also a discussion item. And we're going to talk about something that's not currently in our policy. And the purpose of the conversation or our discussion, trustees, is to just see if there's any interest in making it policy in the future, not making it policy in the future, but it has been a topic that we've been hearing a lot about. So I want to give everybody the opportunity to discuss. So 5.02 is board members' apparel. I'll kick it off and just say that the policies that we have approved, balanced governance is aimed towards neutrality. And the purpose of that is to, like I said earlier, be less of a distraction to the good work that's being done and to focus on what's best for kids. That's really that. So I do think this is an interesting topic because I don't know that the dais is the right place for, somebody to say this or that or whatever about one thing or the other, political rhetoric maybe. But I want to open it up to you guys and share your thoughts on this.
Madam President, I have a point of order.
Of course you do.
Thank you, Madam. I believe this is not a board meeting item. This has nothing to do with the district. This does not attribute to student achievement, the strategic plan. This should be placed on a work session meeting. This is a trustee item, business item, and I believe it is not supposed to be on here.
Thank you. So I'll repeat what I said earlier. That probably should have been brought up when we adopted the agenda, but I will confer with legal if he has anything additional he'd like to say.
Not much. Teddy Parker for the record. Madam President, you're correct. It's been approved, a part of the agenda. We should move forward with it.
Okay, so we'll move forward. Trustee Biasotti.
Thank you, Madam President. Regarding the topic we are now discussing and the shirt and the messaging, my question is, if we had already addressed this and it is on our agenda, on every single agenda, it states, any message or statement displayed on a trustee's clothing reflects their personal views and does not represent the official position of the Board of Trustees. Only actions or decisions formally adopted by the board in a duly noticed public meeting constitute the board's official stance. What has changed? What has risen to the level of now discussing this and trying to take action on a shirt Is it because of the shirt I wore? And if that's the case, then there is a bias there.
So it's a good question. I wouldn't say necessarily that it's a shirt that you wore so much as, this is why we have big, open conversations, so I'll just be very transparent. You're not the first person to wear a shirt, right? And in the past, if somebody wore something with maybe some sort of political rhetoric, the president would usually have to read that same statement that you just read that's in the agenda. I felt, when you guys made me president, I felt that that actually drew more attention to the apparel. So I said, can we just put it in the agenda? And they said, yeah, we could do that. And since that time, it hasn't really been there hasn't been much of an issue. But recently, there has been a lot more questions come out. And I'm not saying that we need to change it. I'm having a discussion with you guys so you can say, hey, you might say, I think having it in the agenda works perfectly fine. That's okay. We might have other trustees that say, this actually kind of created a distraction for the district. I don't like it. Maybe we should change it. That's okay too. That's the point of the discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. And with that, I will follow up by saying I do not favor this change. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Barone.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I've been a public figure for, this is my 13th year as a city councilman. And now, of course, dual work here with the trusteeship. When we're elected or appointed to a public position, there's a certain amount of your there's a certain amount of your persona that's out there in the public for that's up to scrutiny. You have to hold yourself to a different behavior because, again, we are representing people of many different interests. For instance, I myself, I'm a hunter, okay? But I would never, on my social media, I would never take an animal, harvest an animal, and then show my smiling face with the animal there, because I understand that that would actually offend many people whom I represent in my district. That might actually offend many of the children who I represent, right? And so that's something that I could share with my brothers. Well, I have one brother left. I could share that with my own friends in my own circle, but I would never post that in a public setting. Why? Because not everyone believes the way I do on this. Same thing with my personal beliefs and everything else. You give up a certain amount because you realize you are now a public person. You wind up giving up a certain amount of what you could actually say. Hey, you know, I have other beliefs that might really offend people, right? And I keep those to myself. There are many things that I keep to myself because I understand that when you are a public elected leader, you give up a certain amount of that privacy. It's, hey, if I was Isaac Barone, the bus driver, I can go ahead and go out, you know, with funky shirts and go and twerk in public, and that wouldn't be a big deal. But Mr. Isaac Barone, the public leader here, I'm not going to be caught dead twerking in shorts out in public or anywhere else, okay? Why? Because there's a certain standard you have to adhere to. And of course, I'm of course, you know, making a little bit of light of this, right? Because that's like a ridiculous example, right? But it is a definite example. We, as trustees here, we agreed to a certain conduct that is very black and white here in our board governance policy. And there's also, you know, there's other policies as well. Although I know that recently that this whole thing here with public things that go on social media and things that apparel that people wear is obviously is kind of right now at the front of this. I would advise that we do not adopt anything with apparel on this because, like, hey, for instance, I want to wear a guayabera, which is actually a very culturally based kind of clothing, right? There's a Latino, Caribbean kind of thing to it, right? And I'll wear that here. But I wouldn't want that to somehow inadvertently come up, in a future discussion. I think our board policies are very clear on our conduct and what's expected of us. And I don't think we need to go and add anything more to define parameters to what we wear or go further to our social media posts, to what car we drive, to what church we go to. I think we have enough rules where they're at, and if we, as the public figures who are on this board, adhere to that public policy, you don't have to go any further with any rules on apparel or hats or pins or anything else that may, cause a controversy with the people. It's a distraction to what the business of this board, which is to be making decisions and oversight, advice to our superintendent and the running of the school district. And I really would appreciate if everyone did stay to these very black and white standards, these board governance policies that, again, we all had a chance to weigh in on and to discuss, and we did, and we adhere to. And if you get elected or appointed, as soon as you take that oath, right, you have by definition, you have decided to follow these policies, whether they're state policies, whether the U.S. Constitution, or these board policies. You have given up a little bit, and you are adhering for the public good. So I would advise this board that we don't need any more rules. We just need to follow and adhere the board governance policies that we all agreed to.
Thank you. Trustee Johnson.
Yeah, it's a really slippery slope, right? When we become reactive, because reactionary behavior, I think, leads to overcorrection. And I think we devised these policies in a way that allowed for personal integrity, personal freedom, professional judgment to be the guiders of our behavior. And I'm really sensitive to this for a variety of reasons, but in particular, I think about the three priorities that we have as a school district. Academic excellence is number one, and so we always drive towards academic excellence in everything that we're doing and we're thinking about. That is the guiding light of what we're trying to accomplish. Second, is kind of a sub-bullet to that, but it's a clear and distinct number two. We want to make sure that our students are college and professionally ready, and they have an experience in their schools that allow for them to drive towards that. Number three is more broad, but it is incredibly important, and I think it connects really closely to the policies that we have, which is we want to have safe and supportive schools for all students. And that then aligns to what we have to do as trustees, and the guidelines that we have to follow already indicate that we should be thinking about every student that we support. And so when we've provided very clear guidance to professionals who should be sitting here to have judgment around what they should be doing to support every student, to make sure that student, whoever they are, wherever they've derived from, feels welcome in our school community, that means we have to represent ourselves in that way. And we've written that in the best way we can to allow for, again, personal freedoms, et cetera. But if we take that personal freedom and it conflicts with, does a student feel welcome when I represent myself up here on this dais, then I think the consequences should then start to be levied, right? Because again, we have it clearly written what we want. We know that we want safe and supportive schools, and safe and supportive schools translates to the work that we do here. We know that we have to present ourselves in a way that welcomes every student. And if we go against that, I think we should start to have consequences to that. But if we start putting more rules in place, we'll become so narrow that, it becomes difficult for any of us to operate in a way that allows for us to really move forward. And I know we're asking a lot from professionals, but again, we've been put in this position because people think we can be professional. People think we can represent the full community, not just the 72,000 who voted for us or the city of Las Vegas who appointed me. I don't get to disregard the city of Henderson. I have to say, what are their needs along with what are the city of Las Vegas's needs. And so all of us have to do that, and more rules won't make that happen. I do think consequences for when we violate our stated rules are important. But if we keep layering on, you know, again, the slope gets slippery because we will all disagree. We are 11 people. If you said we gave free money away, we wouldn't agree on how much, right? And so that's not going, I don't think that's going to solve this problem. But I think what we have solves the problem, and then consequences for actions will solve that problem. So I don't think we need more rules. I do think we need to enforce consequences for when we violate what is the first rule. Are we supporting all students, and are we making, because again, we agreed that that is our strategic plan. We agreed that number 3 is the thing that we all want, a safe and supportive school environment. And if we don't behave in that fashion, that allows for us to make sure that we're doing that, then there are consequences for all of us because we are not adhering to what we've agreed to do.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Stoffergen?
So I want to read our vision of our school board. It says that all students progress in school and graduate prepared to succeed and contribute in a diverse global society. And it's going to be really piggybacking on what Trustee Johnson was mentioning about. The fact is that we are nonpartisan, and we do have individual points and beliefs. But when we sit on this dais, we represent all students in this entire district. We do not want any student to feel marginalized, demeaned, or diminished.
The outbursts need to stop, because the moment I see who it is, I'm going to have you removed because I've already said it multiple times. Let us have our business meeting, guys. Everybody, if you signed up, you get to speak. You're going to get to speak. Go ahead.
We just saw and heard a presentation about chronic absenteeism. We just talked about connectedness and belonging. And our actions definitely have consequences. And our culture is cultivated by the things that we tolerate, the behaviors that are shaping this dais. I feel very disheartened tonight because we've spent more than almost 40+ minutes on a very distracted, very, I would say, regressive conversation. We have made so much progress, and here we are, regressing. What do we do with a child that is tantruming and they don't get their way? That's called negative attention seeking. So we are seeing some attention seeking that is diverting from the work that is essential. I'm sorry, but I want to help parents get their kids to school. I want to make sure that they have the best teacher in front of them. We have some serious issues that we should be discussing and solving, and this is not that. So I agree with my colleagues. I just don't think more rules are going to solve this issue, because as individuals, people are going to act out. We cannot stop that. But we can stop how we react, and we can follow our policies, and there are definite consequences. And I want to thank you, President Stevens, for following through and being consistent. And I think that's the thing that we have to deliver, is consistency and stability going forward.
Trustee Biasotti, do you mind if I allow somebody else who hasn't gone yet to go? Thank you. Trustee Cavazos?
Thank you, Madam President. My colleagues have stated it very well. We're expected to be adults up here. And I'm getting messages from students who are watching right now. A couple of them said that they were specifically watching because their friends were presenting from Del Sol Academy and from Northwestern. And so now they're watching, and they're saying, Trustee Cavazos, didn't you just ask a question about the student code of conduct a little bit ago in the presentation from staff? Of course, you know, I did. Now, if we have to have a dress code for trustees then are we really setting ourselves up, as Trustee Esparza-Stoffergen just said, for doing the actual work of the district that we are appointed or elected to do? And we have a policy, a gender-affirming policy in this district, 5138, and that welcomes gender-diverse students. Now, people can have different interpretations. I see people mouthing things. Ms. Kingsley, I think that really it's kind of distracting when I'm trying to speak, to be trying to talk to me. You'll have your time. I think what we have to realize here is just what my colleague said. We have policies. Do we really need to add another layer here where we're not going to be seen as adults that can be role models? We have a lot of work to do in this district. Some of my colleagues and staff were out doing the Bright Futures walks. They had some great results. They're bringing kids back into the district. But if we're going to, and I think it was my colleague Bustamante Adams, if we're going to spend this amount of time and say we have to put in a dress code for the trustees, I think that's kind of sad. I think that's kind of sad. We have rules for staff. We have rules for student. We assume that we are going to elect or appoint adults that are going to be able to follow the policies. And President Stevens, you would probably have to help me out here. I don't know how long we discussed those, but I know we worked hard and we had some diverse viewpoints, but we got to a point where we agreed, and those policies are now in place. So we cannot have things happening that right here, I don't think I'll need these, and I'm not going to go into them, but I have over here over 60, maybe 70 letters, and they're not from us. They're from the community. They're from the community that were disturbed. Now, were all of them on the same track? No, but that's okay because, as my colleagues have said, we don't all agree, but I read every single one of those. And it didn't matter whether I agreed with them or not. That meant that the community realized there is a distraction here from what we're supposed to be doing, and that's educating our children and letting them all feel like they belong and they are not threatened in our schools. So I myself do not feel that we need to add another layer as far as apparel. We're in this place right now because we need to realize that we need to follow policy that's already in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I do want to reiterate that these policies, when we were having discussion, when we voted upon them, not everybody agreed to some of these stipulations that were in this policy. So it wasn't a omnibus vote that we just agreed to. As elected officials, we're not only, protecting our own rights, our own protected, but we are in case to protect other people's freedom of rights. And we shouldn't have to pretend or minimize our own views as elected officials. And we should be able to express our views because they are protected by the Constitution, they're protected by the Nevada Constitution, and they're protected by this policy. I'm going to be frank, some of my colleagues here look like NASCAR drivers. The amount of pins that you guys wear is absolutely ridiculous. There are so many things here.
Let's be respectful, please. That's not respectful.
I'm being frank. Some of the things that have been happening is very profound. That when a conservative, when a religious person has views that are protected, and I'll state this so everybody has this, is 5138. When you have, it even says, state law protects students from discrimination based on gender identities or expressions. The thought that there are only boys and girls as a gender expression is protected. And that is protected under federal law, that's protected in the Constitution of Nevada, and that is protected in CCSD policy.
Point of order. The agenda item is about apparel. Am I wrong?
Teddy Parker, again, for the record. The agenda item is plainly laid out. It's about apparel and whether or not you agree or disagree that it should be something the board should entertain. We're getting far afield of that.
I can make my point. Where is the line? Where will the line end? Will American lives be too provocative for people to wear? Where is the line here when we're talking about apparel? And, you know, if a religious group has the view that another group or another identity doesn't fit within their religious context or dogma, I think that this state law protects everybody. And as a military member, I raised my right hand. I put my life as collateral to protect that right. And I think we as trustees have that obligation to protect that right, whether you agree with it or not. And whatever expression or identity or whatever it is. And so with that, I do not agree we should have an apparel limitation.
Trustee Henry?
Thank you, Madam President. It sounds like we all agree that we feel like we don't need another layer of rules around apparel. And I agree with that. I do. There are sometimes, like I work. Yes, I am an elected official, but I also work. I don't get to be a stay-at-home mom. Like, I work, and sometimes I'm coming in straight from work, and I may have on my work shirt. I may have on a community shirt. I do a lot of things in the community, and, you know, and it's not being disrespectful or dismissive of anybody's religion, any of their groups. I may wear a pin. You know, we all wear pins to be, I mean, NASCAR driver. I was trying to figure out what it was. But, you know, even with my pen, it's a pen, it's cotton. It is reflective of my ancestors and how we even came to this damn country. But we don't need another layer of rules. The one thing, when I do dress, I try to make sure that I am being respectful. I don't want any scrutiny being brought to my family, my children, this days. I don't ever want to embarrass any children, students, our district, even my daughters. I hold a high regard to them. I never want to embarrass them. There are consequences for our choices, and I am fine with not having another layer of rules or what we can wear. I noticed earlier that you said there are other trustees that wear shirts. I hope all of us wore shirts. It'll be a whole nother conversation and different set of problems, and you know, but seriously, in all seriousness, like, I just think that we need to remain respectful, and not be dismissive of any other human group, period. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Trustee Satori?
Yes, thank you. And I also agree. I don't feel that we need a dress code or another layer, but I just always try to be, you know, respectful and mindful of everyone here. And, you know, we're in education, so that the focus needs to be on the kids. And I think we should all uphold ourselves to that standards, but I don't feel like we need another layer of rules on there as well.
Trustee Zamora, do you have anything?
I do. Thank you, Madam President. I won't take too much time because a lot of my colleagues said a lot of similar things. I think putting restrictions on apparel will be a little bit more complicated. There's folks that I believe don't understand the difference between inclusive and exclusive, so that would create a more complications. I do think we talk about accountability a lot. So the board, we do have policies and we have to follow that. And our leadership team needs to hold us accountable when we're not following policies. So we already have things in place. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And Trustee Biasotti, we've all gone. I'll let you have your time, but I think we should wrap it up.
Thank you, Madam President. My goal has always been to provide a safe and supportive school, like it was mentioned by my previous colleagues. And that goal is to have the representation of all students, including Christian students. We talk about inclusivity, and we get admonished because we support that, when in fact, on these days, there have been pins, shirts that promote sexual orientation. That in itself is a violation to people, students that don't believe in certain ideals. So everyone, if we're going to talk about inclusivity and tolerance, we need to take everyone into account. And I just want to make it a point that it is not that we don't want a safe and supportive school, is that we want it for everyone. That's what we're talking about here. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, that closes out 5.02. Now we open, well, before I open 5.03, does anybody have any public comment cards? No, I mean to fill out. Does anybody not filled out a public comment card? You just come to the front. Okay, good. All right, so I won't be taking any more cards for this item. I have to read something because this item that we're opening is a public hearing on possible approval of revisions to the 2025 to 2027 negotiated agreement between the Clark County School District and Police Administrators Association of the Clark County School District. This is the time and place to conduct a public hearing on discussion of and possible action on approval of revisions to the 2025 to 2027 negotiated agreement between the Clark County School District and Police Administrators Association of the Clark County School District. Okay, and now I can open it up to the district for presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, John Okazaki, General Counsel for the record. The first item I'm going to bring to you today is a revision to the negotiated agreement with the Police Administrators Association of the Clark County School District Police Department. As you know, the way we're doing this, negotiations is anytime the parties come to an agreement on a revision, we're bringing it back to the board to be incorporated directly into the negotiated agreement rather than have separate memorandums floating about. There's only one provision being presented to you tonight, and that's the addition of a position of Deputy Chief of Police for our Clark County School District Police Department. Our new chief believes this is a necessary position. We have negotiated with the Police Officers Administrators Association, and they agree with the provision as well. What you will see in the new Article 33 is that it has protections for if the deputy chief currently, because the deputy chief position will be at will, which means that the chief can select whoever he wants for the position, but he can also remove the person for any reason or no reason at any time he wants. So it's completely at the will of the chief. So in that regard, we wanted to put in protections in case the person who's selected is internal, somebody who already holds a permanent police administrator position. So the provisions in this Article 33 provide that if an internal person is selected for the position and then is determined later to be released from the position, he is entitled to go back to where he came from. He will continue to earn all PAA benefits and rights while he's in the position of deputy chief. And if and when he returns to his old position or her old position, they will all their benefits would be restored. So that's basically it. If the other provisions to ensure that this is fiscally sound is that if the chief appoints somebody from within, for example, a captain or a lieutenant, and then they fill that position, if he wants to remove his deputy chief, he can't do it until one of those positions become vacant. So that way we are not going to float another position. We're not going to carry anybody in addition to what his current budget is because he wants to remove the chief. We don't think this will be a problem. We think that if it's going to be rare that this happens, but if he does, the next one would probably come from within as well. And then, of course, that would open up a position that the current chief deputy chief could go back into. If he does elect somebody from external, it would be very easy. That person would have no rights to return to any position. And so if he releases somebody from the external, that person would just be out. So that is it. I will answer any questions any of the members have.
Thank you, John. I'll open it up to discussion. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Okazaki, can you briefly state how this position, which we, I believe, have not had before, or if it was a very long time, can you briefly state how this new position is going to be funded?
I believe it is a budget request, so we did, but I do believe he's not filling one of his captain positions. So it is, again, I think it's somewhat cost neutral. Just to be clear, the salary, since it's an at-will contract, that contract will have to be negotiated with the superintendent, and that salary will be determined and negotiated between the deputy chief and the superintendent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Stofferkin.
Council, so this is a new position, and I know that we, as trustees, requested to kind of review the job description. So could you, just two quick questions. Is it open to internal, external? Internal, yes. Is there external as well? And then when is the closing if this position were to be approved? Like, what is the window of time for application?
Because both parties agreed to it, we actually did advertise for the position. It was open internally and externally. The chief, it's an at-will position, so he can select whoever he wants. He did consider both external applicants and internal applicants. He interviewed the ones that he felt he wanted to interview, and he has made a selection. So all that needs to be done is for us to get it formally into the negotiated agreement, and then we can start negotiating a contract with that individual.
Thank you. Trustee Barone.
Thank you, Madam President. Counselor, thank you very much for bringing this forward. Quick question, how many officers do we have in the department? Now, I know we just added 3 because I was at their swearing-in ceremony because they went through our academy in North Las Vegas. So I know we just added 3, but with those 3, how many officers do we have, more or less?
I'm going to give you a real ballpark.
Ballpark's good
I
enough.
think the department has close to 200 officers now. That would include the lieutenants and captains. But I think our force is close to 200, if not a little bit more.
That's reasonably sizable. It's, we see that other departments, of similar size, they have an entire command structure, right, that's designed, to, of course, support the mission. What is what is the main motivator for us to come out and actually appoint this deputy chief? Why is it so important to have a deputy chief?
Again, I may not be the right one to answer this question. I will tell you my understanding is that the chief believed that there needed to be another very high-level supervisory position that could take over some of the administrative functions that had been previously been handled by people of lower rank. So basically, the idea that with all the tasks that came to him, he wanted to have somebody at that very, very, very high level to be able to make those decisions and then only bring him the ones that he needs to be. Right now, I think he felt like some of these very important decisions were being handled by somebody with, at the lower ranks. And he believed the deputy chief would be better.
Just for comparison's sake, I know this one off the top of my head because I went to I went to our North Las Vegas Citizens Academy. I know we have a little bit over 400 officers in the city of North Las Vegas, sworn peace officers, and we have 2 deputy chiefs and about 6 captains. And of course, we have their command structures differentiated. So I think this sounds like it's really in line with that type of supervisory requirement. A lot of things are going on here with a department of 200 plus officers, right? So yes, thank you so very much.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I really appreciate that the foresight in the positioning and the funding, so I really appreciate that piece. When it comes to the hiring portion, you mentioned that it was the chief's final decision. Will Joan be subject, will the superintendent be subject to any of that information, or will she?
The chief of police reports to the superintendent. So any major decisions the chief of police makes the superintendent is involved. The law requires that police officers be supervised by a chief of police, so he has the supervisory authority over his officers, but he reports to the superintendent. So she is well aware of all the decisions he's making.
No, this is great, and yeah, this is great. Thank you.
Trustee Bustamante Adams.
No other questions, ma'am. Madam President, if you'd like to close the public hearing, I'm ready to make a motion.
Are you seconding? Okay, so we do have one person for public comment, and Trustee Zamora did inform me that she did not have questions either. So thank you. Appreciate you, John. And I believe we have one. It should be Mr. David Gomez.
David Gomez, for the record, Nevada Peace Alliance president and candidate for trustee for this school board. I wanted to talk about this because I went through the 50-page document and what was actually added, article number 33. And I actually asked legal last time, hey, when is this going to be up on the agenda where I can look at the reference material? And he says next week, so our next board meeting. I'm submitting this letter, in which I already sent to you guys, formally expressing my deep concerns regarding the proposed deputy chief position outlined in the recent revision of the CCSD PAA negotiation agreement. After reviewing the language presented, it is clear that this position is currently structured introduces a level of autonomy and immunity that is unsafe, accountable, and inappropriate for public safety commands roles within school district. And I'm talking about an external person. The deputy chief position is written as an at-will authority, removable at any time for any reason, yet simultaneously shielded from meaningful oversight, and combination creates a dangerous imbalance, a high-ranking police officer with full operational autonomy, but without accountability mechanisms that every police safety leader must have. This is not a volunteer role. This is a paid command position funded by public dollars, yet designed to operate without public transparency, without due process protections, and without any structural checks on power. The language in this agreement effectively creates a hold harmless environment for an external person, even if the explicit label as such, because the deputy chief is exempt from public oversight, there are no practical ways to hold this individual accountable for misconduct, negligence, abuse, authority, and harm caused under their watch, in which the school district is responsible and will be responsible for the safety of children, family, staff, and this is not acceptable. A position of this level of authority must never be created in silence, without transparency, without public review, without public safeguards, approving the structures as written place students, parents, employees, and the broader community at risk. And it exposes the district to significantly liability, because any harm that occurs under this unregulated command from an external person will have no internal accountability. So I sent this letter to you guys. I don't need to read the whole thing, but I don't know how Chief Ketsa did it. I don't know how Chief Black Eye did it. I don't know what happened, but obviously, I guess there's a pecking order in which somebody needs someone to do something for them, because I'm not going to ask you if I sit up there to do my job, and I'm not going to ask you to ask them to do my job either. I'm going to do my job to the full of my ability and to the extent in which I'm extended by the people. I am not going to hide things, and I'm not going to take things and put them behind a closed door and say, this is what we want to do.
Okay, thank you. I will turn to Trustee Bustamante Adams for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we close this public hearing.
Hold on. Oh, okay. So I need to state that the public hearing is now closed.
Okay, then I will make a
Apologize.
motion.
So now you can make a motion.
Okay.
Sorry.
Then I will make a motion to approve the revisions to the 2025-2027 negotiated agreement.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Stafford.
A second.
Thank you. Let's vote. Trustee Zamora?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. And with that, I will close 5.03 before I open 5.04. Does anybody need to fill out a public comment card? No? Okay. So I won't be taking any more comment cards for that item. So I'll open 5.04. This is the time and place to conduct a public hearing on discussion of and possible action on approval of revisions to the 2025-2027 negotiated agreement between the Clark County School District and Clark County Education Association. And with that, I will open it to John.
Thank you very much, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, John Okazaki, General Counsel for the record. I'm presenting to you tonight a revision to the 25-27 negotiated agreement with CCEA. I want to thank CCA for working with us to get this done in a timely fashion. What this does is prepares us for the upcoming year by making necessary modifications to our extra duty salary pay table or pay article. That is Article 37. In summary, the revisions include the following. It requires notice to the employees who are working in these extra duty assignments to be provided with details of their extra duty pay, what's expected, how much they're going to get paid. It provides rules for when proration of the pay is deemed necessary and how it can be done. So what I'm talking about there is if it starts off where one person is assigned to do the activity, but then something happens, for example, they can't fulfill their duties and is replaced by somebody, we have rules in place on how the stipend would be prorated and how those people would be advised of what amount they would get. We are providing rules for non-listed activities or clubs that can be included. That is, if we have a list of clubs that are approved, if a school does not have all those clubs, they can use the stipend for other non-listed activities if they meet certain requirements, basically the same requirements as the listed clubs. We've added activities and clubs to the approved list. Just to give you an idea of what those are, it's wrestling, lacrosse, robotics, science Olympiad, and of course, table tennis. It's also, we are also adding back in the athletic stipend computation table, which is a necessary table that we use to figure out how much stipend you get based on your seniority. That was just inadvertently deleted from a previous negotiated agreement, so there's no change there. We just added it back into the agreement. And lastly, to memorialize a memorandum of agreement we had done earlier, the hourly rate for ticket takers is now $20 an hour instead of $10 an hour. That summarizes all of the changes for the extra duty pay Article 37. With that, I will answer any questions.
Thank you, John. I'll open it up to discussion. Anybody have any questions? Trustee Esparza-Stoffergen?
John, you're talking so fast at the end. So did you say that they're getting an increase in their hourly wage, correct? Ticket takers?
Yes, it
What
was
is-
$10, it's now $20.
So it's double now?
Yes.
That's so awesome for them because they're working all day and then they go do ticket taking at extracurricular sporting or other types of events, chess clubs or whatever's happening.
Yes.
Okay. The only other thing I wanted to ask you on that is, so I just want to say thank you to all of our educators that prior probably did this without pay. They did this without pay, and now that this has been negotiated, hopefully, you know, people will be compensated because they're spending a lot of time being with our kids, not just after school, but for all of these other events that they do on the weekends as well.
Thank you. Trustee Barone?
Actually, I just wanted to echo the trustee and I, of course, we went to the same school. She was involved in extracurricular activities, as was I, like in band. Well, actually more co-curricular. But when I actually taught there for 30 years, right, there were years where, you know, of course, when I coached, and the money that I got was different year to year, depending upon the whim of the athletic director, and as the advisor to the Hispanic Student Union for 25 years, right? Again, everything was always up in the air, and, I didn't do it for the money, I definitely didn't do it for the money, right? But it's good to see that we have these, that it's kind of like now enumerated, right? So now our advisors, who sometimes, a lot of these clubs, they take a lot of time from your family, from, being able to get home and do all your lesson planning or grading and stuff like that, right? That you wound up doing later and later into the night because you are doing things with the students, right? This gives a little bit more protections, right? And so I'm actually very happy to see this, and it would have been very nice to have been an advisor or a coach and actually have these that I could point to, right? Not not because, you're doing it to be rich, 1,500 bucks for about 2,000 hours worth of work or more, is 75 cents an hour. I don't know if the math is correct on that, right? But it's good to see we had it protected. And in some ways, correct me if I'm wrong, this also protects the district from having there being allegations that we're treating some employees in deference to others. Is that not correct?
Yes, I think one of the reasons we wanted to put this in is to avoid any of that possibility so that the employee knows exactly from the beginning how much they're going to get paid, and if there's any proration, they know in advance what that proration will be. So it's upfront, it's articulated, so that they know what they're getting into. There's no surprises.
Well, sounds like win-win, and definitely my congratulations to our partners at the CCA for putting it together with you.
Awesome. Okay, seeing nobody else in the queue, and I believe Trustee Zamora also does not have any questions, we will move to public comment. We have one person, Dr. Bermol, sorry. Beamel, you're right. I'm so sorry.
It's okay, it's been 3 months. I'm not offended. I promise. Good evening, Tiffany Beamel for the record. When I originally saw this on the agenda, I just wanted to stop and say this is really cool because some schools with our new hours start really early and get out at 2:45. So any clubs that we do after school are literally on our own time and without any kind of stipend, right? So it's kind of nice to see that the district's trying to take care of us in some way with that regard. It's also very, very nice that the ticket taker hourly pay went up because most of our ticket takers are support staff, and they get to school very early, and they deal with a lot of headache all day, and then have to deal with craziness at the games. So it's really nice to see that they're kind of being appreciated in that way as well. So I hope that you guys obviously will pass this, and I know that quite a few teachers are supporting it. I also just want to point out, it's not wrestling that they added, it's girls wrestling, and that is a clarification that needs to be made because wrestling was already a stipended sport. They're adding girls wrestling as a stipend sport. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, this public hearing is now closed. See, I did it. All right. So Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to make a motion that we approve the revisions to the 2025-2027 negotiated agreement with the Clark County Education Association.
Thank you. Trustee Barone.
Second.
Thank you. Let's vote. Trustee Zamora?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. Okay, before we move on to 6.01, does anybody need to fill out a public speaker card? Speak now or forever hold your peace. All right. I'm no longer accepting cards for 6.01. Let's go ahead and open this item. Oh, I've got more. Thank you. No, I need this. 1 sec. All right. First up, Elena Fabanan.
President Stevens, Vice President Bustamante Adams, Trustees Superintendent Ebert, Elena Fabunan, speaking on items 5.01 and 5.02. I came tonight prepared to ask this board 2 questions. What is the standard, And where's the consistency? Tonight, I heard some answers. On item 5.01, we saw the accountability process this board adopted play out publicly. The president issued the reminder, the trustee responded, and the item concluded. So now the real test isn't whether a reminder appeared on an agenda. The test is what happens next, and whether this process is applied consistently to every trustee. Then we got to item 5.02, and despite profound disagreement around the dais, I heard broad agreement on one thing. You don't need another apparel rule. Why? Because you already have governance standards. Tonight I heard that trustees represent all students, not simply those who elected or appointed them. I heard that no student should feel marginalized or demeaned or diminished. I heard that safe and supportive schools require consideration of how the conduct of public officials affects students. I heard that existing policies have consequences, and I heard repeatedly the importance of consistency. I also heard that inclusion must include students with differing religious beliefs and viewpoints. I agree, and that makes consistent governance even more important. Trustees have individual beliefs, trustees have constitutional rights, and reasonable people can disagree passionately about where individual expression intersects with responsibilities of public office. But the governance standard cannot change depending on whose viewpoint is being expressed. So here's the test. Would you apply exactly the same governance standard to the opposite message? Same dais, same rule, same process, same consequences. Every single trustee. And one final transparency issue. My emails to the board leadership regarding governance, transparency, consistent enforcement, and trustee accountability remain unanswered. I also have a pending public records request concerning the handling of trustee apparel. CCSD anticipates a further response tomorrow, August 28th. I won't speculate about timing. I don't need to. Tonight, this board told this community that the standards already exist. Then use them consistently, porque ya basta con las palabras. Governance isn't what you put on the agenda. Governance is what you're willing to do after the discussion is over. Thank you.
All right, so we have a lot of folks that have signed up, which is great. But I think to make it go a little bit, not faster, everybody gets 3 minutes. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to call up the next person, and then whoever's going up after them, I'm also going to say your name. And if you want to come to the front, I think that would help. That way, when one person's done, you can jump up there. And we'll just run it like that, okay? So the next person we have is Nicole Willis. Nicole, are you here? No? Okay. Then we have Vicki Krydell. I didn't see Vicki. She's not there. Okay. Then we have Stephanie Kinsley. After Stephanie, Dr. Beamel. I almost said Vermel again. Perfect, thank you.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Kinsley from My Children's Advocate. I would just like to respond to a lot of what we heard. We heard about consistency, and I would like to see the consistency across the board. I've been here where the board dressed up as in the rainbow to celebrate gay sex. I've been here when your trustee held up signs that saying transgenders are awesome.
Please don't point at individual trustees.
No, it
Please
happened on the
don't.
dais. I didn't point out her name. I didn't say her name, and stop taking my time and interrupting.
Oh, I can pause your time.
Yeah.
Go ahead, pause your time. So
What I'm saying
What
is it
the
happened
po-
here on the dais.
I'm trying
I
to
didn't say her
speak.
name, but it was.
Can I
yes.
speak now? Thank you. So the policy says acknowledgement. So when you're pointing to someone, you are acknowledging that person. I am asking you.
I speak with my
to us.
hands. You guys are
I'm
so
asking
busy
you
on
to speak to
controlling
us as
what
a
we
board.
say. You don't get to
just
don't get to tell me where my hands go.
I'm going to start your time then.
You don't get to tell me where
I'm
my
going
hands
to
go.
start your time.
I can do
asking
my
you
hands
to follow
however I
our
would
policies.
like.
I am asking
Stop
you
my
to
time if you're going to
acknowledge.
keep talking over it. What I've said, you are extremely inconsistent. You're more concerned that what I say hurts your feelings, and you're not concerned with the truth. You're upset when I say that lesbians are more domestically violent than others. It's true. Gay men are more likely to sexually assault. It's true. If it offends you, that's your fault. How embarrassing that we have trustees who are scared to show a hunting photo because it might offend someone. Grow up, be men. Men don't care. Men care about the truth and what's right. This is a very effeminate mindset, and it's very upsetting. You guys are upset that we're acknowledging facts. You're not upset that red plus blue makes purple, but you're upset that boys and girls are the only two genders. Your whole policy says that it shouldn't upset a reasonable person. The people that it upsets are not reasonable. They're vaxxed and boosted, they're oxygen deprived, they're not. These people are abusing their own children with this trans ideology, and you know it's abuse. You guys act like you care about children, yet CCSD funds abortion. You say you care about Black Lives Matter, not when they're being aborted. What if I was offended by you guys wearing a Black Lives Matter shirt? Do I get to make a fuss? No, because I'm a rational adult. People are going to have different opinions. We can't have different facts. There are boys, there are girls. Boys can never become girls. Girls can never become boys. If that offends you, you're mentally ill. You're mentally ill. Find Jesus. Please repent. This is sick. You guys are setting up Black kids to fail, saying that they're getting suspended because of their skin color. No. No one cares about the color of your skin. They care about the content of your character. And these single moms are making hell raising kids. They're kids that just have no sense of anything. They have no sense of, they don't value their own life. Why would they value yours? Their parents support Lindsay Clancy and Charlie Kirk being assassinated. We have an epidemic of broken women who harm children, and I'm watching all of you guys just support it. And it's funny because it's rules for thee and not for me. You're so hypocritical. You don't care if they wear the pins that offend us, only if you're offended. It's a joke.
Dr. Beamel? Oh, after Dr. Beamel is Laura Rios. Are you in the room? Laura? Okay. How about Jerry Bakey Sleeper? Jerry? No? All right. How about Jennifer Kendrick? Okay, you're up next.
Good evening, Tiffany Beamel for the record. I'm here tonight to speak about teacher morale, and strangely enough, I want to start with something positive, opening week. There was a different feeling this year. It was excitement, energy, and a genuine effort to welcome teachers back. On my campus, we noticed it, and it deserves to be acknowledged. Unfortunately, some of that goodwill has been overshadowed by decisions making it harder for educators and students to succeed. The new start time is an obvious example. Where was the impact study on traffic, transportation capacity, athletics, and of course, what's happening to our special needs students? We are hearing about special education students spending hours on buses or being left waiting at schools. Athletics did not uniformly shift with the school day, so student athletes are now missing their final classes to participate in school-sponsored sports. This affects instruction, attendance, and seat time. If we want better decisions, perhaps more decision makers need regular opportunities to experience our classrooms firsthand. Texas has explored initiatives placing central office administrators back into classrooms as substitutes for a minimum number of days each year. I would encourage CCSD to consider something similar. 8 days a year experience our schools, not as visitors, but as the person responsible for the classroom. We also have an opportunity to do something positive for students through concurrent enrollment. Students taking AP classes are already completing rigorous college-level work. Where AP and dual enrollment courses have substantially similar coursework and appropriate academic alignment, we should explore allowing students to earn concurrent college credit. If they don't pass the AP exam, they don't get the credit. They should if they're taking the exact same content as a dual enrollment class. Finally, kindergarten. Kindergarten teachers are angels. Teaching 5-year-olds requires patience, energy, compassion, and a genuine desire to introduce teaching to children in school. Kindergarten teachers have to teach kids how to sit down, how to line up, how to hold a pencil, how to use scissors. It is a labor of love, and it's something that high school teachers absolutely take for granted because I don't have to teach any of that. My kids know how to do those things. Maybe not, keep the scissors to themselves, maybe not stab each other with the pencils, but they at least know how to hold them. And that's not something I ever had to think about when I went into teaching. Kindergarten classrooms should never be used as a personnel strategy. Assigning someone to kindergarten, hoping the placement encourages that teacher to transfer, hurts the teacher, the school, and most importantly, the children. They bring that bitter attitude to the kids and make that experience miserable. Kindergarten is the child's first experience with education, and that experience should foster a love of learning, not be shaped by an adult who resents being there. Teacher morale doesn't come from slogans or appreciation weeks. It comes from thoughtful, transparent decisions made with an understanding of what actually happens inside our schools. Opening week showed us that the district can make educators feel valued. Now we need to do the same for the other 39 weeks of the year. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Jennifer Kendrick. After Jennifer, we have Terry Davis. Terry? Okay, you'll be next.
Can I pass these out? I have handouts over here. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Kendrick, and this is my 14th year teaching high school Spanish at the Clark County School District. Consequently, I happen to be one of the advisors for the Gay and Straight Alliance Club in my school. I want to state for the public record that I love my students, all of them, and I love my LGBTQ students, and I respect them and I support them. This is not the mainstay of my speech today, though. I have a bachelor's degree in Spanish, and I earned my Master's of Arts in Teaching. And since then, I have completed 2 approved column advancements for a total of an extra 450 CUs past my master's degree. Yet, as of Tuesday, payday, I am still in column 4, which is the master's degree column. Like so many other veteran teachers, I was recently denied for the SRAP look back for the column adjustment with no explanation and no chance of appeal. So my question to the board is this: why? Why am I still in my master's column when I have completed 450 approved CUs past my master's? When the salary restructure happened in 2023, it literally pushed hundreds of veteran teachers back so that our progress that we have been working for, blood, sweat, and tears, literally was erased. And what makes it even more incomprehensible is this year, in my school, we have a brand new teacher. This is their 2nd year in CCSD, and I just happen to be their mentor. This new teacher came in 2 years into CCSD with a master's degree. Now, I'm going to, does everybody have their handouts, please, if you wouldn't mind seeing that? I'm just going to hold this up for the public right here. This is our current pay scale right here. My mentee is at a 2nd year with CCSD and came in with a master's degree. And here I am, 14 years into CCSD with a master's degree and 450 approved CUs beyond this new teacher, yet we are both in the same column. Let me repeat that. This new teacher and I are both in the same column, even though I have 12 years experience on her and 450 approved CUs beyond this teacher. If this isn't inequity, I do not know what is. We veteran teachers are the heart of these schools. We teach, we love, we mentor. Why?
Thank you. All right, Ms. Terry Davis, and then after Terry is Rochelle Turner. Is Rochelle here? Okay, come on up. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, please. For the record, my name is Terry Davis, and I started teaching at CCSD in August 2015. When I was hired by the district, I was given credit for 10 years of prior service elsewhere. I was placed on Step 6 on Class A instead of Step 1. A couple of years later, there was a reworking of the pay scale, because the adjustment gave me nowhere to move. They moved me over a column. It was difficult to figure out where teachers would be placed on the new scale, and we all received links to videos explaining how to calculate the change. When I questioned my salary placement prior to the $50,000 pay scale, I was told that this never happened. My coworkers were shocked because we all knew it had. Then came the adjustment. All teachers making less than 50 were bumped up. I wasn't, because I was one step above it, making a whole $115 more a year. Whatever. I was put on step 2. Last year with SRAP, when I applied, I was denied. Even though I was given credit for 10 years prior service and was already on my 11th year in this district. The results were final, no appeal. I replied to that email explaining the details again and received a response, believe it or not, that said, you just weren't negatively affected. That meant I was on step 2. Didn't matter. I'm currently on step 7 as a 12th year teacher in this district. Doesn't matter. That may be only a $5,000 difference a year if you look at step 10 in column 1, because we don't have a step 11. I get it, $5,000, maybe that isn't much to you, but as a teacher who is very close to the end of her career, that's a huge difference in my retirement. I would ask this board, is this really what you want to do to your veteran teachers who give their blood, sweat, and tears? And yes, I help coach my school's basketball team without any pay. I was told by my athletic director, only the head coach, you're not good enough. Those were her exact words. I would ask this board to look into my denial for salary adjustment, as well as all denials and the adjustments that should have been made to retired teachers. We have dedicated our lives to education and to the students of CCSD, and should be afforded the opportunity to have our cases looked at on an individual basis, not just by the limited aspects that SRAP gave. They didn't take into account my 10 years of prior service that moved me 5 steps forward. If nothing else, as a 12-year veteran in this district, I should be on step 17, which is column 2, step 7, but I'm on step 7. Thank you for your time and attention. I truly hope you do something with this information.
Thank you. Rochelle? After Rochelle is Katrine.
Thank you, President Stevens, Superintendent Ebert, and also the board. My name is Rachel Turner. I am a CCSD parent of a high school student in District E. There are several important parts to this conversation around the clothing, social media posts, and comments made by trustees. First, the trustees have a responsibility to all students, and putting up social media posts standing in front of that wall right behind you that states CCSD boardroom, and then posting on there that truth is not hate while calling out gender diverse youth and saying it is gender confusion, they have chosen to break the state board of your stated board of governance policy, and can be reasonably interpreted as an infraction of the CCSD policy 5138, which does protect and addresses the rights and needs of students with diverse gender identities by creating discrimination against children such as my own. And that makes my child feel unsafe. Second, I was so impressed by the public comment provided by Amanda Knuckles. It was direct, it was respectful, and it was directed towards the entire board. Her comments were well written, and her response became a trending topic across multiple social media boards and news outlets. So how does our representative respond? By going on social media and attacking the speaker. In fact, one of the posts has screenshots from Amanda Knuckles' personal Instagram page and tags Miss Knuckles and the official CCSD trustee Instagram, calling her a joke. This is a direct violation of your trustee policy and has undermined my and many public members' perception of this trustee's fitness to serve students' interests. Lastly, by this behavior, it has opened up risk to anyone who provides public comment, including our students who are allowed to come and speak with you, and the parents, teachers, educators, and employees of the CCSD school district. When we come here to voice our concerns to this board, in a respectful manner, we should not be attacked, doxxed, or personally exposed by a trustee. This was a case of cyberbullying. I strongly urge the president and board to proceed with a censuring activity against that trustee. Thank you.
Thank you, Rochelle. Next up, we have Katrine Ivanoff. After Katrine. Ma'am. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you. I haven't had to talk to you tonight, so I'm going to give you this. No more outbursts. It is a policy of ours that we don't, Katrine, do you want to go too? This is what, no, I'm done. Listen, this is a business meeting. We're not going to make this place a circus. You have the right to have your time, your 3 minutes. If you are not standing in front of a microphone, you should not be speaking. If I get any more interruptions and I can see who is doing those interruptions, I'll have you removed. I'm over it.
Katrina Ivanoff for the record. Madam Chair, members of the board, these rules that you pass are unconstitutional or policies. They were written to silence conservative on this board and the citizens who elected them. You have tried to stop me from speaking more than once, not because of what I said, because of who I am. Everyone in this room knows I hold conservative values. This board has made clear that they would rather not hear from people like me. Yet, the same chair sat silent when a speaker named and attacked the only true consistent conservative on this board for a full 3 minutes. No gavel, no warning, no interruption, but yet today we told we can do that thing where we were used to doing that thing, so we don't clap. That speaker's allowed to break your own rule that comments must address the board as a whole, not the individual member. We all knew who she was talking about. I stood here and told you that these rules violate the Constitution prior to you passing them. You did not care, you passed them anyway. You call yourselves Americans. The Constitution is not a suggestion. You follow only when you find it convenient. Viewpoint discrimination is not a decorum. Selective enforcement of the rules is not a leadership. The First Amendment does not belong to one political side. It belongs to every citizen who walks into this room. When you use the rules to protect some speakers and muzzle others, you are not governing. You are picking winners and losers based on politics. I will continue to show up, I will continue to speak, and I will continue to remind this board that the Constitution of the United States still applies in this room, whether you like the speaker or not. This is how we, the people, fix what the board is breaking. One person, one testimony, and one vote at a time. I want to remind everybody that is listening, your vote matters. That's why you need to do your research. That's why people should not be muzzled and they should be able to speak what they want to say. I want to hear my side and the other side so I know who I should be promoting and asking people to vote for and who not. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who is next?
Next up, we have Yesenia. Yesenia, are you? Okay. After Yesenia is Wendy. Wendy Hartzer? Is there a Wendy in the room? No? Okay. How about Jacqueline? Okay, you'll be up next. Go ahead, Yesenia.
Yesenia Gonzalez for the record. As the mother of teenage sons, I am deeply concerned when district officials appear more focused on policing an individual's viewpoint than on addressing the real problems facing our public schools. If the First Amendment is worth defending, then it must be defended consistently, not only when we agree with the speech. Some individuals agreed that a school employee had a constitutional right to make deeply offensive comments following the assassination of Charlie Kirk, yet condemned someone else for wearing a shirt expressing a viewpoint about biological sex, fairness, and safety in athletics. Free speech cannot become free speech only when I agree with you. Biological sex is real. Physical differences can matter in athletics, and acknowledging that reality does not mean anyone should be hated, bullied, or treated without dignity. Every human being deserves respect. God makes no mistakes, and every person is created with worth and purpose. But respecting people should never require silencing legitimate discussion about sex-based athletics, categories, fairness, safety, or competitive advantages. And our schools have much bigger responsibilities. Focus on improving Nevada's public education. Focus on academic achievement and career readiness. Focus on exceptional education and special education. Focus on safe classrooms. Focus on protecting children from abuse and exploitation. Focus on identifying and removing adults who prey upon children, and rather than allowing vulnerable students to become victims. One predator inside a school is one too many. Families send their children to school to learn and to be safe, not to become casualties of political or ideological battles. The same institutions that repeatedly told families to trust the science during COVID cannot suddenly decide that science becomes unacceptable when biological differences are part of the conversation. Families are still dealing with the academic, social, and emotional consequences of many pandemic-era policies. Science cannot be treated as truth only when it supports the position you already agree with. Our children deserve better. Our teachers deserve better. Nevada families deserve better. Educate our children, protect our children, prepare them for their futures, and apply constitutional rights consistently, even when you disagree with the person exercising them.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Jacqueline. After Jacqueline, Judy Bauer, is it Bauer? Judy? She went home, okay. Dr. Hal Shaw. Go ahead.
Jacqueline Devania Williamson for the record. I want to speak on behalf of the LGBTQI community, and as parents, we really have a lot on our plates with social media, technology, AI. Society is warping past us at the speed of light right now, and we have like 10,000 decisions we have to make every day. We send our kids to school in hopes that they come home safe and more educated than they left. The fact that I have to stop my busy day and come down here and talk to the board about a trustee that is making our kids unsafe is wild and infuriating to me. Our kids go through enough with the fear of school shootings and social media and all of the other things that they have to do without being worried about coming here and watching a meeting and seeing hate spewed up here. For a trustee not to keep their beliefs to themselves is a slap to our parents, our teachers, and our children in the face. It is deplorable and disgusting. I thought the last board was bad. The last board was so bad that there is double of you now voting. But this board is quietly not really much better. There's still backstabbing, there's still all the antics. It's just not as overtly out there and for the whole world to know. We are the 5th largest district, and we are all over the national news all the time. And that has not changed. This is not what I normally do. Normally, I'm outside. I don't bring this kind of fanfare in here, but I thought you would appreciate it. So, you know. You came here in a hazmat suit during COVID. You changed.
Point of order.
We're not addressing individual trustees.
Okay.
She literally just.
You literally made
She's
an
talking about
entire,
me.
comment, a whole agenda meeting about it, though. But okay.
Can we follow policy?
Yeah.
Thank you.
This person attacked us. She bullied us, teachers, everybody.
Ma'am, you're still doing it.
Okay, well, the board then allowed it to happen. There are teachers that won't come talk. There are parents that won't come talk. There are children that won't come talk because the bullying, the harassing, it's out of control. People don't feel safe here. We should be able to come here and talk and be safe and express our feelings. Our kids are not okay. You wonder why they're not in school? Because we're holding them back. Because they're not okay. Because of antics like this. They should not be part of this community. They should be in jail. And there's a lot of board members here that are not doing great. They go on social media and they talk about how they want, all these people in our, the Hispanic community was up in arms recently. It's not good.
Next up, we have Dr. Hal Shaw. After Dr. Shaw, we have Laura Harvey. Is Laura in the room? All right. Go ahead, Dr. Shaw.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert. My name is Howell Shaw. I am a parent, a pastor, and a citizen of Clark County. I am here because a trustee's speech is being treated as if it were a crime. I support any trustee who exercises their freedom of speech. Let's start with why government exists at all. The Declaration of Independence does not leave that question to fashion or feeling. It says, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Speech is one of them. The First Amendment is the first limitation placed on government for a reason. Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech." There is no hate speech exception in that sentence. The Supreme Court has refused to write one. An elected official stating a scientific fact in public stands at the center of that protection, not at the edge of it. Hate seeks harm. Love warns against it. If a child reaches for a hot stove, a parent says no, not from contempt, but from love. If a friend you care about is about to drive after drinking, you do not affirm the choice to spare their feelings. You say, "Stop, that may hurt you and it may hurt others." That is not an adult lording it over another adult. That is friendship. Adults who love one another still say no when the path may lead to injury. Telling a confused or hurting young person that they cannot change their sex and that girls' sports, locker rooms, and privacy exist for a reason is that same kind of no. It is not cruelty. It is protection. It is the opposite of abandonment. Now, to the phrase being used as a weapon, hate speech. A shirt that says XX does not equal XY is not hate. It is biology. It is the same fact a science classroom is supposed to teach. On February 5th, 2025, the President signed the executive order titled Keeping Men Out of Women's Sports, Executive Order 14201. It made it the policy of the United States to keep men out of women's sports as a matter of safety, fairness, dignity, and truth. This June, the Supreme Court confirmed that schools may determine eligibility for women and girls' sports by biological sex. This board did not invent these rights. This board exists to secure them. Every trustee on this board took Nevada's official oath to support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada. That oath is not just meaning words. If this board punishes protected speech.
Thank you, sir. Laura Harvey. After Laura, is Julie Kemp.
Good evening. My name is Laura Harvey. I am a retired special education teacher and administrator from the Clark County School District. I retired in 2013. That was 13 years ago. I don't recognize you. I don't recognize this district. If I had wore an XX or an XY t-shirt when I was teaching, no one would have batted an eye. That was 13 years ago. And also, XX and XY are the chromosomes that make up the male and female anatomy. It's not a Christian thing. It's a biological DNA thing, okay? It's just fact. Furthermore, I've sat and listened to you guys go on and on about feelings and where the teacher needs to work out, maybe he has a bias and that's why the kid doesn't connect with him. And there's no consequences. But all I've heard tonight is consequences, consequences, consequences. No feelings? No, she should have consequences. Furthermore, You guys are so far off track. You're a disaster. The school district is a disaster, okay? You are focusing on everything but reading, writing, and arithmetic. We're 46th in the nation out of 50. We have a percentile of 22% for math and 37% for reading. I mean, like I said, special ed, I don't even want to know. But you guys are you are appointed to do the right thing and give the best educational opportunities to every individual student. And sometimes the truth is uncomfortable. And you don't want to face the truth because it hurts. Because it's easier to cover it up and lie than face the truth. It's like when a woman has a man cheating on her. Everybody knows but her. But then she has an idea, but she just denies it. You guys are in denial. You're so far away from the truth and guidelines and what's right and just. And that's your job, to stand up. You're the ones that have to stand up and do the right thing, but you're cowards. And that's why you won't do it. You're cowards. You're not standing up for the truth. You're not protecting children. You've gone off into a woke ideology. 2 + 2 is not 5. It never will be.
All right, Julie Kemp. After Julie is Jane Audette.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Ebert. My name is Julie Kemp. I'm a member of WARJ, speaking as an individual. Being a parent of children in CCSD, I have experienced dress code policies being strictly enforced and the resulting consequences when they are broken. In my family, I remember 2 specific times when I was called by the nurse's office due to a dress code infraction. One was in elementary school due to the shade of yellow being too light, and then a second time during middle school when shorts were too short. Not only did my child feel a sense of embarrassment, I was a bit frustrated when I had to run to find a replacement clothing item and rush it to the school as soon as possible to limit my child's absence in her scheduled classes. These infractions were not hurting anyone. As strict as these dress code rules are in the schools, I think we can all agree that it's surprising that there are no dress code specific policies for the members of the dais. But maybe it was assumed that such democratically elected folk would have the common sense to know what clothing is appropriate. But alas, it turns out common sense isn't so common. So in this case, we must turn our attention to the NRS and the Office of Board of Trustees Governance Policies. It is in these statutes and governance policies where we recognize a number of infractions when a member of the dais wore a blatantly anti-trans t-shirt during the school board meeting on August 13th. NRS 388.135 states clearly that a member of a governing body shall not engage in discrimination based on race, bullying, or cyberbullying. NRS 388.132 states schools in the state provide a safe and respectful learning environment, including gender identities or expressions. NRS 388.256, development of context of policy for prevention of suicide. The Board of Trustees Governance Policy GP2 has a number of applicable policies. Practice 4, student concern focus. Trustees avoid a targeted focus on providing opportunity for single groups of students to the exclusion of others. Practice 8, use of power. Trustees avoid using power over practices designed to promote only their solutions or further their own special interests. And practice 10, trustees serve and act on the board in a manner reflecting altruistic service to serve the community at large and meet the needs of all students. Standards number 5, the board recognizes that cultural diversity has many facets, including but not limited to physical, gender, and sexual orientation. Effective community engagement and expectancy strategies build on the strengths of a community's cultural diversity. I could continue, but I'm certain at least most of you get the point. As a parent of a child who still attends CCSD, I implore the board to use the tool at their disposal and follow the governance policy GP3 number 6 and censure the board member. The president has not yet shown her adherence to this policy, and it's important to show our CCSD students that this message is not the position of the entire board and that all students are safe and welcome here. Thank you for your time and service to this community.
Next up is Jane Audette. Yeah, Jane Audette, and then Mr. Gomez, you're after.
Good evening, Jane Audette, member of WARJ, and speaking as an individual. I'm going to speak regarding the discussion that was done this evening on board governing policies and protocols and board members' apparel. I would urge board members to remember that accountability is a two-way street. Accountability regarding any specific item cannot exist in a vacuum or be achieved through punishment. It requires change for everyone. I've watched this board work collaboratively for long hours to build a culture of respect and of goal-driven decision-making. You've really made good progress and have become more effective as a board. Your meetings have also become, I think, more effective, except maybe not tonight. And generally, before tonight, more safe for the community to speak up. To continue this progress, your internal culture and a community welcoming board meeting culture must be rooted in three important non-negotiable principles that are built on the foundation of balanced governance. And the progressive response process makes sure of that. These principles are mutual trust. Board members must be able to disagree on policy while maintaining absolute trust in each other's underlying commitment to our students. Transparency. Issues, grievances, and policy disagreements must be addressed openly. You did that tonight, and fairly, I think. Ensuring that the process itself does not damage public confidence. Proactive communication. Good governance requires a commitment to exhaust every avenue of direct dialogue before moving to a last resort. We're moving. I'm asking our board officers to adhere faithfully and fully to the progressive response process, and all trustees to hold them accountable and support them in this work. Well done. This could change all of you, could change all of us. Thank you for your time and service.
Mr. Gomez. After Mr. Gomez, we have Grace Trujillo. Grace? There she is. Go ahead.
David Gomez, for the record, Nevada Peace Alliance president, father of 7 children, and a candidate for school board. I wanted to remind you of something, because a lot of people forgot what certain people fought for. And I also told someone also this really quick. Pickering versus the Board of Education in 1968 actually protects their freedom of speech, whether it's expressional, apparel, or anything else. And then if they're harassed, then they go to Elrod versus Burns in 1976. These are cases that are case laws for a reason. I'm here wearing this shirt to speak about a struggle that's older than any one of us, a struggle carried by generations of biological women who refused to accept a world that denied their voices, their autonomy, and their humanity. For centuries, women fought against a system that was never designed for them, against governments barred from voting, fought against courts that treated them like property, fought against workplaces that denied them equal pay, fought against social norms that told them their place was silence. And they won not overnight, not easily, but through relentless change. From Seneca Falls to the Suffrage March, from the Equal Pay Act of Title IX, from the fight against workplace harassment, and the battle of rights that are never freely given to them. They earned them through sacrifice, persistence, and unity. These victories are not symbolic. They were survival, they were liberation, they were justice. And as of today, we stand in a moment where many women feel those hard-won rights are being tested again, not by the same forces of the past, but by the new legal and social debates, the challenges of how we define sex, and the protections built specifically for biological women. Let me be clear as a Christian man, I only answer to God the Father in heaven. Every human being deserves dignity, safety, and respect. Every person deserves protection from discrimination and violence. That is a principle I will never abandon. But I also recognize the hard truth. Women fought for centuries to be recognized in a distinct class, and a class defined them biological realities that shape their oppression, their vulnerabilities, and their exclusions. When anyone freely expressed their First Amendment through the constitutional shield with clothing and not be restricted of their rights of belief that XX and YX in sports belong as so, this person is not speaking from hate. They are speaking from history. They are speaking from memory. They're speaking from the knowledge of the rights of the ones that lost, that if you do lose them, they'll be rarely returned. So the question of us is not whether we protect a group or one over another. The question is how we protect everyone with ensuring that unique struggles of biological women endure with equality. We also build policies honoring biological women's struggles. We need to do that, and we must build them protecting, acknowledging biological realities. We must ensure that inclusive never becomes entitlement, and that's what we seem to do today. Jesus said, love thy neighbor, and regardless of where they walk, and because I don't like the sin, doesn't mean I don't love the neighbor.
Okay, Grace. And then after Grace, we have Elishaba. Did I say it right?
Yes.
All right.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm not going to repeat what others have said, so I'm just going to change what. Thank you for this opportunity. A trustee stated scientific fact: human sex is binary, male and female, based on reproductive biology and chromosome XX, XY. Disorders of sexual development are real. They do not erase that binary. Telling the truth about sex is not an attack on any child. It is the basis for fair sports, private spaces, and honest medicine. Calling that hate, targeting a shirt that states chromosomes, and organizing pressure to silence an elected trustee is viewpoint control. That is the line this board must not cross. The First Amendment does not require anyone to like a view. It forbids government from punishing speech because it is unpopular or labored harmful. School boards are government. You may regulate threats, slurs, aim at a person, disruption, doxing, and retaliation, and you may not ban hate, harmful views, or polarizing ideology. Those words are never enforced evenly. Conduct can be banned. Creed cannot. Disagreement is not harassment. Coordinated intimidation of an elected official is. I ask the board to amend GP2, GP3 as follows. Ban conduct, not viewpoint. Second, use one process for every trustee. Same complaint, same standard, same right to notice and to respond. Dissent after a vote is not misconduct. Third, protect discussion of contested issues, sex, curriculum, safety, and parental rights, without treating the discussion itself as harassment. Trustees and the public may speak plainly. Fourth, protect every student from bullying. I agree. Compassion for a distressed child does not require the district to deny sex, where privacy and fairness are at stake. Policy should be sex-based. Everywhere else, it should be viewpoint neutral. Honor the voters who elect this board. Science is not hate. Free speech is not hate. Viewpoint neutral rules serve every child in Clark County. That's it. Thank you.
Elishaba? Oh, I'm sorry. Real quick, don't start our time. I wanted to also, Lucio, you're next. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
All right, no worries. Madam President and members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. I'm a Christian, so I'm going to speak the truth, just like in Matthew said. By your words, you will be, hold on, I'm going to say it correctly. By your words, you will be acquitted, and by your own words, you will be condemned. So we need to speak the truth here. So the people have voted one of the trustee, and she got elected fair and square. So she has a voice. GP2 says govern lawfully. The First Amendment is a law. No governance policy, GP2, GP3, or any communications rule cancels freedom of speech. Policy is not higher than the Constitution. Do not confuse disagreement with bullying. Bullying is a conduct, targeting, threatening, repeating harm. Policy speech is not bullying. If bullying is only enforced against one viewpoint, that is not impartial. That is a heckler's veto wearing a safety label. Truth is not cruelty. Self-censorship is not kindness. Voters sent her here to say what she believes about girls, sports, parents, and school safety, not to hide it so this room stays comfortable. NRS 283.440 is for malfeasance, not for refusing to lie by silence. A petition is not an election. Govern lawfully. Do not punish the truth. An impartial board applies the same standard to every trustee. You do not get to call one member's speech unsafe and another member's speech courage. That is viewpoint discrimination. Students learn what you model. If this board models that the only safe speech is approved speech, you are teaching self-censorship, not character. And I just want to reiterate, I'd rather have a board that have different opinions and different viewpoints than everyone have the same, because we have different colors here, right? You guys believe in colors, so I'd rather have you so that you can arrive to a truth, arrive to a conclusion. And I respect a board that has many opinions. And if we decided because it offends us, it's not the truth. So I hope that the truth will set us free tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Lucio is Jacob Curry. Jacob in the room? Yep, okay, you're next.
Lucio Paralisi for the record. Hey, you know, I finally figured out what the issue was tonight. It took me a while. You know, you guys are upset that Lauren won. You don't want a conservative voice on the school board. You don't want a Republican. You don't want a Christian on the board. And you're just picking on her because she won. You know why she won? Because the voters, me, everyone assembled here tonight, is fed up. And that's what's really going on here. We know that. You know that. You're just picking on this poor lady because she happens to be a Christian. I'm a Christian.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to address the board as a whole.
Yeah, I am addressing you, ma'am. This is what this is all about. This is not about offending anybody. This is not about offending anyone. You're upset. She won. You don't believe conservatives or Christians or Republicans should be on a board. Well, the voters thought otherwise. And you guys are having a very, very difficult time dealing with that. You know, anger is very unhealthy. And it seems like that's all I hear tonight. What did Lauren do? She wore this shirt. That's all she did. Am I offending you by wearing this shirt tonight? If you looked at my social media account, I have Christian Gospel, Ave Maria, I have a Christian cross. Is that offensive? Is this the United States of America or some other country? And this is why this is the whole system. This is a failing institution because we're focused on picking on someone because they won an election. The reason why she's sitting here is because of me. You should be yelling at me. I'm the volunteer. I'm the concerned citizen of Henderson. And we're fed up. And this is that you're just picking on somebody because you don't agree with them. Get over it. There's a lot of things in my life that I can get upset about. But I forged through it. I worked through it. It's called being an adult. This is a circus, ladies and gentlemen. It's a circus. And over an election. If you don't like someone's religious beliefs, that's fine. Go with God. Maybe we need God. We need more God. We need something here. And just picking on someone because they happen to be a Christian, shameful. Absolutely shameful. Shame on you for doing that.
Next up is Jacob. After Jacob is Jennifer Lee Rochelle. Is Jennifer Lee in the room? No? Okay. Kimmy Lindsay, you'll be next.
Good evening, Clark County School Board of Trustees, Madam President, Superintendent Ebert. My name is Jacob Curry, for the record. I'm a 19-year-old ballot chaser for Turning Point Action. I also am a recent graduate from CCSD as a part of the class of 2025 at Green Valley High School. I stand before you tonight because I believe this board is considering a decision that would signal to the community whether different viewpoints are respected. Every elected body is remembered not just for the decisions they make, but for the principles these decisions uphold. To further my ideas on this topic, as a recent CCSD graduate, I saw classrooms where teachers displayed symbols or messages reflecting their views on social issues, such as a pride flag or a transgender flag. Whether agreed with or not, those were generally treated as permissible expressions. So when this board considers censuring this trustee for her public expression, many of us see that difference and wonder if these standards are being applied fairly and consistently. In conclusion, I respectfully and in complete faith urge this board to hold their commitment to the freedom of speech and demonstrate a consistent and reliable respect to the constitutional principles, the free exchange of ideas, and the respectful representation of every elected trustee. I would also, I'm going to speak from heart, not going to speak from the phone anymore. Every single person is entitled to their own ideas. That's a God-given right. We have that established in our Constitution. We have that freedom of expression. And I want to speak directly to everybody in this room and everyone that can hear my voice. There is a God that loves you. There's a God that hears you. There's a God that shed his blood on the cross so that you could live. There's a line from a song that I love that says, if you don't like the skin that you're in, just know that they tore his so you could live. They tore his skin. They crucified him on a cross. They murdered him. They whipped him, and they brutally beat him, and he did that with you on his mind. You were on his mind. You, everybody in this room, everyone out there in this world, everyone that has lived before us and everyone that is going to live after us, he had them on his mind when he was being beaten and brutally crucified. And when he rose on that third day, he defeated death and had that victory over the grave. And we should all recognize that as a symbol of love. That is love. That is true love. And if you don't like the body that you're in, just remember that you were created and perfectly designed by the creator of the universe. There's no greater love than that. God bless you guys, and God bless the great state of Nevada.
After Kimmy is Rachel.
Good evening, guys. Kimmy Linsday, Linsday. No worries. So I don't want to give the whole game away, but I just so you guys know, this was all a political stunt, and this truly is what it was. If you're not aware of the members in this room, the community members that have shown up, they're all greatly tied to a bunch of NGO organizations that routinely like to get together and talk about, I don't know, socialism 101 and Marxism and the beauty of all those, the capitalists are bad, and if you're a capitalist, then you must be evil and you must be destroyed and overthrown. Also, if you're a Christian, you're a capitalist clearly by default, so you must be hated because we're the problem. And if you're white, then you have a racial bias inherently that you don't even know you're born with, but you have it. So there's no basing someone's character, judging them by their character. It's just an assault because it's a Marxist socialist, communist ideology, which these groups, these members that are here who don't have skin in the game with children in the schools and yet still somehow find their way to have access to our kids, decide they're going to polarize and target a trustee because of her beliefs, who was voted in because we see what's going on, we parents. There is an exodus from CCSD. Parents are leaving because there's a problem. Their students are leaving. And the woman in the outfit, she said they're keeping their kids home because they're unsafe. Well, there's a bunch of fear-mongering in schools because they're lying to students about ICE and all kinds of nonsense. So she gave it away. They're keeping their kids home. Parents are leaving, taking their kids to charter schools. It's not just a birth rate crisis, which there is. That's a problem. That is an issue. But parents are leaving because we want common sense. Common sense. And when we vote in a common sense trustee, she gets polarized, targeted, and told that she needs to shut up and not wear a shirt, which is based on biological truth. This is just a political stunt that these socialist, communist Yep, Marxist groups are putting it together. And you can look it up. I'm not kidding. It's all very plainly out there. One of the pillars of this, radical overthrow of a capitalist system is education. So they have to invade the education space. They have to come here and complain. And they have to have a target that they have to identify and say, this is bad. And so it's just a mental game. It really is. And it's ridiculous. And I'm not falling for it. I'm a parent. I have 4 kids. I have skin in the game. I have a daughter. So when I hear that, she needs to be protected in school sports, heck, thank God there's finally a trustee who represents my values on the board. And that is awesome. And if we're going to talk about inclusivity, why am I not included? Why am I a Christian woman? Why am I not included in that? Why are our kids that are in Club America are being threatened? Their lives are being threatened because they're conservatives, which is all the things wrong that these socialist people tell the kids that they're wrong, everything that's wrong with them. So we are being discriminated against because of our values. So I take offense to that. It's just a political ploy. These people are trying to run over on you guys. Don't fall for it. Thank you.
All right, up next is Rachel Puana. After Rachel is Trebion Wilson. Trebion? No? Going once, going twice? Okay. What about Jasmine Lazaro? Jasmine? Okay, you'll be next. Go ahead, Rachel.
Hi. Hi, guys. Hi. Hello, my name is Rachel Puena. I actually have a few things I wanted to say. Real quick, so I have a niece that goes to Liberty High School. She's a senior, and I was just wondering if you guys could do something about like the early buses, because the buses, I know it's a hot mess, but she gets out early, and on that campus, they're pushing them off campus, and they have nowhere to go. She wants to wait till after school or with the afternoon bus to take her home. She doesn't want to walk, and I was like, there's a lot of seniors that are sitting there, and they're waiting in the library, and they're pushing them off. So if you could do something about that, cool. Also, if you could make I have to say it, open up the schools for, people to play basketball or use the field and stuff like that for recreation. It helps a lot with the kids of the community. Also, I addressed this a couple years ago. I don't know if you guys have actually addressed this, to help the bus drivers. If you guys can help like with aids on the buses or bus monitors, that would be helpful. And then my main concern, of course, always is student discipline. I want to thank you guys for that addressing the Bright program and stuff like that. You guys had really excellent questions, and the concerns that you guys had about the discipline. And I think a young man had brought up a very good point that these admins, you gotta be on top of it. I think you guys should look at the data and see how they kind of skew things and how they can like manipulate the data so that it seems like, oh yeah, there's less suspensions, but then why are we getting complaints from parents saying that, oh, my kids don't feel safe? So something's going on with the discipline when they're like, oh no, there's something there's discipline problems, but oh, look, the data looks good. And I was about to be like, oh really, is it good? No, I'm I'm a former teacher, so I know how it is, and no, I know what they do, I know what the admins do. Had a student that got in a fight twice in one day, and he refused to send the student home just because he didn't want to mess up the data. He didn't want to mess up his star rating. So that's what we're dealing with. And you need to support the teachers. Now, not all the teachers are all crazy. I just want you guys to understand that. We're not all trying to brainwash these kids. We are trying to just survive, okay? Just let us do our work. We just want to teach these kids to read and do math and all that stuff. Please just give the teacher support in the classroom, help them with the discipline, and hold these administrators accountable. Please, just like they do teacher, accountability and observations, why don't we just observe the administrators? Do the same thing that they do to us. Thank you.
Okay, Jasmine Lazaro, and then after Jasmine is, forgive me, is it Tomai? It is Tommy, okay. Tommy Love, you'll be next. Thank you.
Good evening, President Stevens and members of the board. My name is Jasmine Lazaro. I'm a licensed family nurse practitioner in Nevada. I own a primary care practice here in Henderson, and I am vice president of the People's Medic, a Nevada nonprofit focused on public education, health awareness, and humanitarian outreach. Nothing I'm about to say asks anyone in this room to change what they believe. Nevada law already protects that. NRS 388.132 says every person in a school may hold their own beliefs and respectfully disagree. The same statute says students of every gender identity or expression must be able to realize their full academic and personal potential. Both are already the law here. I take medical histories from adolescents for a living. Chronic rejection is not a feeling. It is a physiologic load. It presents as insomnia, headaches, stomach pain, missed school days, and falling grades. Transgender and non-binary adolescents carry those burdens at higher rates than their peers. And what the evidence points to is not their identity, it is the hostility they absorb from the environment around them. Missed days and falling grades are attendance and achievement. That is your business. What protects them is not a program and not a curriculum. It is one adult with authority who treats them as though they belong. Hate has no place in public education. A trustee sat at this dais in a shirt from XXXY Athletics 2 weeks ago, then posted a photo of it and wrote that she was protecting women's sports from gender confusion. While attaching on the post, trustees of the 5th largest district in US, insinuating that the statement is from the board. That one is not about sports apparel. That is a sitting trustee telling a category of children in this district what she thinks they are. A petition citing a trustee's repeated statements targeting transgender students reached this board in February. 6 months later, we are back. So I am not asking you to respond to one shirt. I am asking you to put in consequences since there are standards already in place. Nevada law states, NRS 388.1321 places the duty to provide a safe and respectful learning environment on the members of a governing board, not the counselors, not the principals, the members. NRS 388.135 prohibits a member of a governing board from bullying on school grounds. This meeting is not on school grounds, but I'm telling you the standard the legislators set for you for the seat you hold. I am asking you, the board, to place a consequence for this trustee. That way it helps bar any students from being...
Thank you, ma'am. Tommy? After Tommy is Jill Glass. Jill in the building? Jill? Okay, you'll be next.
Good evening. My name is Tommy Love. I am a registered nurse with 16 years experience and holding a degree in science. I am the president and co-founder of the People's Medic, a nonprofit here working directly with our youth and our community. Science is not a belief system, it's evidence. I came here tonight to raise awareness about something being pushed in a district that is not close to correct. A public education system should not be represented by a claim that would not pass a freshman biology course, and no seat on this table should be used in a way that harms or dehumanizes our students. So since it seems needed, let me tell you how a child is made, and I really hope that you listen. Sex is not a switch that flips on at conception. It is a sentence that is written one word at a time over weeks. Chromosomes do not decide sex by themselves. They began a cascade with the SRY gene that has to be present, intact, and switched on exactly at the right moment. Then hormones have to be made, and then receptors have to be able to receive them. So every step depends on the one before it, and each one of those steps can vary. When one does, the sentence reads a little different, and a healthy child is born. Some boys are born with an extra X chromosome. Researchers call it 47XXY. Research published last year puts it at roughly 1 in 600 males at birth. And most of them may never be diagnosed because nobody runs a chromosome test on a healthy child. When it is found at all, it is usually discovered by accident. And it's just one of the variations. Some girls are born with just one X chromosome instead of two. And some children are born with an extra X or an extra Y or both. Some are born with chromosomes we call male and a body that cannot respond to those male hormones. So she develops as a girl, she looks like a girl because she is one. Some are born male in every way you can observe, carrying two X chromosomes. Some carry two different chromosome patterns in different cells of the same body. That is not a political statement, it's human biology. What one of your board members claims is uneducated and it really lacks evidence. It's harmful and it's dehumanizing, and it is the one thing that this board has been entrusted to prevent. Saying there is only two genders is simply false. And it sounds like a district that has not read its own research.
Thank you. Thank you, Tommy. Jill Glass. After Jill, Trustee Biasotti.
Hi there, good evening. My name is Jill Glass. I'm a proud socialist. I'm also a court-appointed special advocate for foster children. I'm a longtime Las Vegas teacher, although I did not return to the school year this fall. I felt I was crawling out of my skin last year, living so inauthentically, teaching kids to sit and obey amid such a fascist takeover, transphobia, racism, the ICE raids. I can't believe none of that was even mentioned when you all discussed absenteeism and creating a safe, inclusive environment for children. So speaking of authenticity, I've had trans students in my class almost every year that I've taught. I've always been so inspired and admired their courage and the character that it takes to live so authentically in such times, you know. Children know they've been misgendered as early as 3 or 4 years old. That's what friends have told me anyway. And they don't need to tell us what their gender is or what they should wear. I've seen, I've had sweet, loving, curious, generous students, 8 years old, visibly crawling out of their skin. A little cis girl that wants to cut her hair short and wear pants, a boy that wants to play with the girls and likes the color pink, and you see their uncomfortability and the awkwardness when they're asked to stand in a girl's line or a boy's line and straddling in the middle there. And these are small children. They haven't been adulterated by our expectations yet. So that's who I'm here to protect. I was inspired by a Lakota gentleman I heard speaking recently at a conference on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I was inspired. He told me about his people had special niche roles for what they called dual spirits. They were honored for the unique positions they could fill in their society. And I don't see why we can't celebrate the divine spark that makes all of us unique. That is love. And it's free and it feels good and it provides a positive, safe environment in the classroom where all kids feel safe to learn and they learn how to think critically and form their own decisions and make friends. All this to say, some of the trustees are bullying children because under the guise of their religious beliefs. We know that these kids are going to get bullied. There was a non-binary young person in Oklahoma that got beaten in the bathroom, left bloody, and there's just so much bullying, and we know that this kind of rhetoric leads to it can also lead to suicide, murder in some cases. So if you're not for all children, then you're not for all children, and you shouldn't be here.
Okay. Trustee Biasotti. Trustee Dominguez, you're next. Real quick, I just want to confer with legal. Does the trustee need to say on the record that they're representing themselves as an individual, or?
And that's correct. Again, Teddy Parker for the record. I believe. I don't know what the, of course.
I've done it
what-
many times before. I'm used
Thank
to
you
it.
so much.
I know the script. I am speaking tonight as an individual. My name is Lorena Biasotti, and this is what I want to share. From the moment I was elected, I approached my work as trustee in good faith. I agreed to make changes involving my children's advocate, changing my role and ownership structure, updating my social media information. I made efforts to accommodate concerns even when I was not legally required to do so. That same consideration has not been extended to me. Instead, I've been the target of certain trustees who attempt to villainize my beliefs, my Christian beliefs. There has been a constant effort to persuade this board to take action against the conservative members of this body. I reject the effort to turn political disagreement into official action against me. This is bigger than me. Conservative teachers and students within CCSD have increasingly reported hostility for expressing their views. Students involved with Club America have faced harassment and even death threats. We have all gotten those reports. So I ask, what if the shoe were on the other foot? If LGBT students were harassed because of their beliefs or identity, would this district respond swiftly? I believe it would. Equality cannot be demanded selectively. It must apply to everyone. 7 votes may determine the position of this board, but 7 votes do not erase the voice of the people who elected me. It took 1 post after we adopted new governance policies for me to be placed on this agenda tonight. If you are offended by what I post in my personal time, I am more offended by the notion that this board believes it can control my private speech. I am not your employee. I am not appointed by you, and I will not surrender my constitutional rights to satisfy political disagreements. This board is not above the Constitution. If you believe I violated a board policy, I believe we must also ask whether that policy can lawfully be applied when it seeks to stifle or chill the free speech of an elected representative. A board policy cannot override the First Amendment or Article 1, Section 9 of the Nevada Constitution. With that, I am announcing today that on behalf of myself, Lorena Biasotti, CCSD trustee representing District E, and on behalf of Lydia Dominguez, CCSD trustee representing District B, we are planning on filing a lawsuit against the CCSD Board of Trustees for what we believe are clear violations of our First Amendment rights. I want to be very clear. Our children and our staff should not pay the
Settle.
price.
That's it. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. State your name for the record.
Thank you, Madam President. My name's Lydia Dominguez, and I'm coming to you as an individual. I did not plan to make this speech, and I did bring receipts, but I did not plan to make this speech. So I do want to just go back to policy, and I want to go back to everything that I apparently had to say here in front of you, because standing beside you, I'm not being heard. So this is not equitable. This is a demand of compliance of thought. And I'm going to read CCSD Policy 5138, which states, the Clark County School Board is committed to providing a safe, inclusive, and respectful learning environments for all students, including those with diverse identities or expressions, at all district facilities, including but not limited to school buildings, buses, school grounds, and school-sponsored activities. State law protects students from discrimination based on gender identities or expressions. Those expressions can mean that boys are boys, girls are girls. They cannot be fluid genders, but having the thought that there is 2 chromosomes, that there are only 2 genders, does not violate this policy 5138. And I'll move over to, let's bring some more receipts, because apparently nobody knows the law. So NRS 388.132 declares a safe learning environment, respectful, essential for pupils enrolled in schools, and the state is necessary for those pupils to achieve academic success and meet the state's academic requirement. So I will skip over to this part right here. Sorry, this is, me having to be here was not called for, but it had to be done. By declaring this mandate that the schools provide safe and respectful learning environments, the legislature is not advocating or requiring acceptance of different beliefs in a manner that would inhibit the freedom of expression, but it is requiring that pupils be free from physical, emotional, or mental abuse while at school, and that pupils be provided with an environment that allows them to learn. When Trustee Biasotti wore that shirt, when she posted it on social media, that was not violating anyone's freedom of speech. That was within the NRS, within our own policy, and apparently people aren't reading this. I mean, the only NRS I see broken is the bullying that's been occurring to Trustee Biasotti, and I think that it's been absolutely horrific to see that and to gloss over item agenda 5.01. You just went into a hearing without any kind of evidence. You brought zero knowledge of what are we discussing, what is happening. We just moved on.
Next up, we have Naomi Joy. After Naomi Joy is Cyrus Hojadi. Thank you, sir.
Oh, I'm going to just ask that we take a nice deep breath. Good evening, Madam President, Trustee, Superintendent, Council, and board members. My name is Naomi Joy. I emailed a more detailed letter to most of you earlier today regarding my recommendation for action. This evening, I am here as a community member, a former recreational arts instructor, which included grade school children. But in these next 3 minutes, I speak to you as a ULC minister with over 13 years and as a Two-Spirit individual. There is a vast difference between affirming Christian values and weaponizing religious beliefs. The litmus test for this, in this forum, is asking oneself, is what I'm doing sane or how I'm behaving potentially divisive? Why? Because there are policies that the board members created to which they agreed. These discussions shouldn't revolve around if we can, but if we should or not. Of all the Christian values, why not love thy neighbor? Specific religious and political alignment can be expressed outside of the school board, a trustee's position, and outside of the CC adjacent environment. It is disheartening and shameful that any trustee who boasts religious advocacy would choose to platform a message on gender identity rather than taking the opportunity to promote their Christian values, my Christian values, some may even call fruits of the Spirit, such as love, kindness, gentleness, and most fittingly in this evening's debate, self-control. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Cyrus, and then after that, Keith. Are you still in the audience? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Hope you guys are doing well. My recommendation is, I guess, have dress code where it would limit graphic tees going in the future. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. For decades, our society has been denying biological differences, that male and female differences is a social construct, that when women are underperforming, it's mainly and entirely due to oppression, that they are victims, that they don't want accountability for their actions, and hence all the women that are defending Lindsay Clancy. That the fact that all of our entire structure is a patriarchal society. The fact that what they really want is equity more than equality. They bring up the gender earnings gap. It's larger in the city of Henderson than Northtown. That means Henderson has more sexism than North Las Vegas. That the fact that all the major casinos on the Strip, that the land and the development and process was developed by men, that's simply a result of oppression and patriarchy. That the fact that we can take all the security guards of these hotels, the military, the police, and replace them with women, and we're just gonna magically thrive and nothing's gonna happen. Simply, that's what they believe. There's going to be no consequences. And yet, here we are, we are understanding that what is the end result of this? And if they're being oppressed until this day, if that's what a lot of these women believe, a certain chunk of them, not all of them, then why not just separate? Be free from the patriarchy, separate from these wicked men, have separate workplaces, separate schools, heck, even have separate countries. All this desert land women should build their own separate civilization. But here's the thing. We as men, we have power to stand up. We are 90% of the truck drivers. If 10% of us stop delivering goods, it will create a shock to our society because there is biological differences. In fact, one might argue the system is stacked against men. You look at hiring, quotas, family courts, all these other things. And I want to make this very clear. I'm mainly concerned about the social climate, not so much of the legal aspect of it, because increasingly the climate between men and women have become less pleasant. A certain chunk of women, especially white women, have been pretty miserable. And we're seeing lower rates of couple and family formation, and the real blame is not women. It's the powerful elite men, the ruling class that rules our media and academia for decades. And they have been creating this division, brainwashing people massively for decades. And all we want is respect. We don't want to be constantly pushed around, and we want to realize what is the point of living together. We want essentially a deal to be made that we need each other and that we...
Thank you. Thank you so much. Keith, you're up. And then after that, Jasmine, are you still here? Jasmine? Lazaro? Okay. After you, Keith, then I think that, is it Tommy or Tommy? You already went, so we're going to take you off. And then Nakia, you'll be after Keith. Thank you.
Good to go? Hi, my name is Keith Wadasek, for the record. I identify as a gay male, and I use the pronouns he, him. I know it's probably impossible to believe, but I was so adorable when I was a child that I was frequently mistaken for a girl. I'm sure I unknowingly exhibited socially non-traditional traits, even so I was horrified when I was mispronounced or when my parents were praised for having a beautiful daughter. I don't know if I actually was beaten up every day after school, but even now it feels like I was. I was definitely constantly bullied on a daily basis. I was terrified to go to school, and every night in bed, I would spend most of the time willing myself to die instead of sleeping. The mind is a powerful thing, and I unexplainably lost something around 3/4 of the blood supply one needs to survive and almost died. When I got to middle school, I thought I would obtain salvation from abuse through blending in with the herd. Almost immediately, someone resembling Bluto in the Popeye comics singled me out and said, "I don't know why, I just don't like him." I thought at that point that I was doomed to the torture I'd received in elementary school. Shockingly, an equally physically intimidating female student intercepted and told him that he better leave me alone. Undoubtedly, without that intervention, I probably would not be standing in front of you today. It illustrates the power of just one person whose power to profoundly change the safety, well-being, and survival of another human being. Besides being born, the most important event in my life was probably attending the Ramones concert at the Motor City Roller Rink in Detroit. I knew that I was different and desperately wanted to be like everyone else. I attended the venue dressed in what is known as the preppy look. Before and during the concert, I witnessed so much diversity and acceptance of vast differences in how one presents oneself and celebrates self that I realized that not only was it not desirable to be like everybody else, but one could only be yourself and no one else. It is not hyperbole, but that realization saved my life. That is the main request our trans community and our brothers and sisters in that community are asking, to express themselves in a way that is genuine of who they are and what they are as human beings without the fear of abuse, bullying, or physical violence, often leading to death. As a patriot and an American, I know that constitutionally there's no place for religion in our government or our classroom, and demand its evil infiltration of these institutions be banished. Personally, the only biblical teaching one needs to apply, in my opinion, is the golden rule. Treat others as you want to be treated yourself. Gender is not binary, it is diverse. Granted, most people are born XX and XY. However, there are many variations. As Nurse Love explained.
Thank you. Nakia. After Nakia is Jeremy Heckler. Yep.
Good evening, Superintendent Ebert, President Stevens, and members of the board. My name is Dr. Nakia Jackson-Hale for the record. The first thing that I would like to address is the public comment process. I know for a fact that my entire row submitted our comment before Trustee Biazotti because she received her card during 5.02 when Trustee Ramona Esparza-Stoffergen was talking. So I think that that is a process that needs to be cleaned up. She should not have been before us. We are now 3 weeks into the school year, and last time I checked, we are still ranked towards the bottom of the academic achievement as a district. It is discouraging that I find myself here to remind you what the vision of CCSD is. The vision is that all students progress in school and graduate prepared to succeed and contribute in a diverse global society. And in your role, you are supposed to be dedicated to ensuring the success of every student in the district through clear, concise direction to the superintendent. According to the Williams Institute, there are roughly 730,000 youth aged 13 through 17 that identify as transgender. That is about 3.3% across the United States and likely less than 1% in the district. I want you to focus on how insignificant that number is in a district that has over 300,000 children. So, as I return back to the vision and your role, that means no matter what your beliefs are or the demographic you choose not to support, all students in the district should be and deserve to be supported equally and without prejudice. Instead of using this platform to spew hate and division or your own personal beliefs, let's focus on the disproportionate expulsions, which, by the way, could include any number of issues, including socioeconomic, food insecurity, domestic violence, and not just single moms. The decreasing enrollment, the education being provided, what is happening in our classrooms and libraries, the children and the teachers. All of these things you were elected to focus on. Time to get back on track is long overdue. We demand an elevated level of decorum from everyone that was entrusted to make decisions on behalf of every single student. And for the record, my aunt was a single mom, raising 2 girls in the district. She was a longtime principal in CCSD. One of her daughters is a lawyer and the other an executive for a large golf company. All 3 are probably more educated and have more professional accomplishments than those slamming single mothers and blaming them for all of the ills in society. This has all been an unnecessary distraction being used to score points with the political agenda and not the CCSD agenda. I am asking you to not be distracted, to focus and stay on task. The children that have stayed in the district deserve that. Thank you.
Mr. Heckler, after, okay, that's it. I warned you so many times. I need you to go. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, after Mr. Heckler, we have Terrellyn Thompson. Thank you, Terrellyn. Floor is yours, Jeremy.
For the record, Jeremy Heckler, and I have the honor of serving as president of NEA of Southern Nevada. I come to you tonight because as an educator, my right to work and advance in my field has been compromised by CCSD and its bargaining unit, CCEA. When the professional growth system was established, it was billed as an effective way for teachers to progress in their career and rewarded them with a large swath of opportunities to move columns and make more money. In practice, it's a convoluted system that requires one to jump through a never-ending set of hoops and maybe even light a candle at midnight mass, just in case. Last week's email from the district that highlighted PGS for the current year effectively closed the door for many to ever move columns. Many options such as NASA and EduWeb, which provide low-cost opportunities for teachers to gain CUs, have been taken off this year's list. In addition, a CCEA committee is now responsible for determining what opportunities count and don't. Now, I realize the issues involved with pay increases on a tight budget and the current concerns that many have about how CUs are acquired.
But what I don't understand is how we've gotten to a point where teachers are part of a two-tier system where one tier can place roadblocks to advancement to another tier. This reeks of the same kind of corruption that has affected the Valley for decades. The fact that this is happening in the middle of an affordability crisis astounds me. The cost of housing, groceries, utilities, and just about everything continues to rise. At a time when educators need every opportunity to increase their pay, it is unconscionable that the organization that claims to represent teachers is colluding with the district to help decide which educators are allowed to advance and which are denied that opportunity. If the PGS is designed to move columns so you get more money without having to spend thousands of dollars on another graduate degree, if a group is preventing that, they're preventing us from making more money. Now, what kind of union would prevent that? Well, for some of us, this sounds like sour grapes. I know that. But in this state, I and many have the right to pursue my career the way I choose, without the coercion of others. I should not have to be hamstrung because an organization wants to hold advancement opportunities hostage so they can make more money at my expense. Thank you.
Terilyn, you're up. And after Terilyn is Natalie Perry. Is Natalie in the room?
I'm
No?
short, sorry.
One sec. Okay, what about Cartana?
Carlana.
Is it, oh, it looks like a T. I apologize. Carlana? Yeah? Yeah, okay, you'll be next. Go ahead, Terilyn.
Okay. Terilyn Thompson, high school theater teacher and secretary of NEASN. As much as I want to speak on the issues that were discussed tonight and have had sat through and explain how I would be pulled into my admin's office for wearing a shirt that is offensive to any of my students, I have something more important to talk about. I have two events that I'm taking my students to in the near future. One is to the Smith Center to see the Phantom of the Opera. I decided to go on October 29th because we have no school the next day and we have our production the week before. Many students cannot get transportation to the Smith Center on their own, so I ordered a school bus. However, I was informed that the new rules state that all field trips that occur Monday through Thursday have to return to the school by 7:30. Our show starts at 7:30, so that's a problem. I had to cancel the field trip because not enough parents could provide transportation to and from the show. I am also bringing my students to the Nevada Thespian Leadership Conference next month. This is an SMDT-sponsored event. The event starts at 4 p.m., and my students get the opportunity to attend many workshops where they learn leadership skills for their honor society. The event starts at 4 o'clock, except I was informed that we cannot be picked up until 4:15 because it interferes with bus routes. So my students will arrive at Basic High School 45 minutes late to the conference, and I cannot do a thing about that. I understand the blackout times and the reasons for it, except it doesn't apply to all groups. Athletics can take school buses at any time of the day. In fact, I have students that are leaving during sixth period to take a bus so that they can get to their games during blackout times. And I'm the parent of a son who was a 4-year varsity athlete, but was also in theater tech. So I think both are equally as important for students. I'm just asking that you look at making the situation more equitable for our students. Some of us work in schools where students don't get many opportunities to do things, and we are the proprietors of giving them those opportunities. But if I can't get them there, I can't give them those opportunities. And for my students to want to pay $55 to go to a show, that's a lot of money at the beginning of the year. But we're at the point right now where I'm just fighting transportation every single day, and we're only in the 3rd week of school. Thank you.
Okay, Carlana, and then after Carlana is David, is it Orlov? What's that, he's not here? Okay, okay. What about Derica Daniel? Okay, okay. Go ahead.
Good evening. Board of Trustees, Superintendent Joan Ebert. For the record, my name is Carlana Kolseth. I am a proud teacher in Clark County School District. I originally was going to come here and talk about the disparities of wage, but I've decided to point out that I am also a teacher at Cimarron Memorial High School. And some reflections of the board have been passed around among my students on campus. I want to make this board very, very clear and understanding. I have to follow a dress code. I am held to a higher standard. Things that I put on social media can be taken into any context anyone wishes. Call up my school, make a complaint. I get pulled from my school. I can get written up. I can be suspended with pay or not pay. I can be terminated. I'm held to a higher standard. There's hypocrisy on this board. If someone thinks that they can go around and wear things and pass it off as Christianity, I'm a Christian woman. This is all I'm allowed to wear on campus. I can't come to school in a t-shirt every day with a different Bible verse. I can't go in there saying Free Palestine. And if there are schools that have those signs up, maybe we need to have admins look at that. But I'm not allowed to put out there what beliefs I have. I'm not allowed to share my values. I have to check those in the car. If I have to check those in the car and you all are over my contract, you all need to be held to the same higher standards. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Derica Daniel, and then after Derica is Amanda Nichols.
Good evening, Madam President, Board, Superintendent. My name is Derica Daniel, and I am the Executive Director of the Nevada Emerging Leaders, and I am a Christian. And I want everyone to listen to me loud and clear. Everyone has freedom of speech, but not all speech is equal. Freedom of speech does not mean freedom from criticism, accountability, or the responsibility that comes with holding public office. At the previous board meeting, a member of this board chose to wear a shirt displaying a transphobic message while serving in her official capacity during a school board meeting. I do not care what any elected official personally believes. I couldn't care less about how a grown adult uses their personal time to express their personal beliefs. What I care about are actions and conduct that affect young people here in Nevada. And I especially reject using religion as a shield for disrespect toward the very people you are elected to serve. Believing in God does not give anyone a license to judge, demean, or disrespect other people. And if your actions are truly driven by faith, then I would expect those actions to reflect the values you claim that faith represents. You cannot use religion to justify disrespect and then expect everyone else to call it righteousness. I have worked with Republicans, Democrats, independents, and people whose beliefs are completely different from mine. Disagreement is a part of public service. Disrespect does not have to be. CCSD serves students from every background, and some of those students are transgender. Whether you agree with how they identify or not, they are people, they are students, and they are young people you signed up to serve. I work with youth across Nevada. I train young people to become effective leaders in their communities and teach them how to disagree respectfully, represent something larger than themselves, and conduct themselves professionally. And quite frankly, some of the youngest people in my program have displayed more class and professionalism that was displayed at the previous board meeting and the meeting today. Having respect, class, and professionalism in elected office is not an extraordinary expectation. It is the bare minimum. This is what you signed up for. You answer to the people, and transgender young people are indeed people. You do not have to agree with every student. You do not have to share every family's beliefs. But when you accept the responsibility of serving on this board, you accept the responsibility of serving all of them, not just who you choose. Respect, class, professionalism. That is the bare minimum, and that is what I expect from every board member. Thank you.
All right, up next is Amanda Nichols. After Amanda is Leslie Quinn.
We've been here over 5 hours, and one of the trustees has left. That's so inappropriate.
Hey, okay.
We've been sitting here for 5 hours.
I understand. So this is a disruption now. I need you not to do that. Also, it is not, oh, I had to leave too. I had to go to the bathroom. I don't know what's going on there, but we're not going to have disruptions, okay? Continue.
Good evening, trustees, President Stevens, and Superintendent Ebert. Thank you for your service to our community. My name is Amanda Nichols, for the record. Tonight, I would like to speak to my own experience with CCSD. I stand before you because hate has no place in the administration of our school district. I grew up in Clark County, and my life was shaped by the educators who understood that the best education requires inclusion, patience, and a fierce support for the oddballs and weirdos, the kids who didn't quite fit the mold. This includes our valued LGBTQIA+ community, especially our trans kids. I graduated from Chaparral High School in 1991. Let's think about the teachers who built me. Mrs. Verbon and Miss Marjorie Gill, who taught me in first and second grade the joy of cooperation, patience, and love for everyone at George E. Harris Elementary School. Dr. Leor Cobley and Mr. Quincy Collins, who taught me how to use words clearly and effectively and fostered a lifelong love of linguistics and etymology. Dr. Cobley opened the Meadows after leaving George E. Harris Elementary. Roberta Cartwright, who fostered unbridled creativity and supported the outcasts with a passion that still echoes in my life decades later. I'm sure you are aware of Cartwright Elementary, named in her honor and memory. And finally, Mr. John Snyder, who celebrated the eccentricity of genius and showed his students a level of kindness I will carry with me forever. He taught me 4 years of high school computer science. The library at ATEC, the high school my own child attended, is named in his honor and memory. Why did Chaparral of the late 80s and early 90s produce so many success stories? Our weirdos and oddballs went on to attend MIT, Harvard, Berkeley, and Stanford. They are gay, they are straight, they are lesbians, and they are trans. They are lawyers, they are doctors, they are actors, they are talent agents, they are musicians, they are neuroscientists, and they are pharmaceutical researchers. Why? Why did they succeed? Because of our teachers, because of an atmosphere that fostered individuality, acceptance, and hope for our futures. Our students are brilliant, vibrant, and full of potential. Do better for them. For these reasons, and for the aforementioned throughout the entire evening, examples of malfeasance and failure of duty, I call for the immediate resignation or judicial removal of Trustee Lorena Biasotti.
No. So he crossed 2 lines there. You're done now. Leslie Quinn. After Leslie is Joshua Poole. Yep.
Good evening, Board, and thank you for staying so late, and Superintendent Ebert and Madam Chairwoman. My name is Leslie Quinn. Thank you first to Trustees Biasotti and Dominguez for always standing firm for truth. Truth is not discrimination or disrespect. It is more important to...
Ms. Quinn, as before mentioned, we're not acknowledging individual board members, okay?
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It is more important to obey God than man. Freedom of speech is a fundamental right that allows people to express opinions and ideas without government censorship or legal punishment. It is becoming more commonplace to silence truth because it offends someone who doesn't agree with it. Neutrality has no place when truth must be spoken. It makes no sense to censor someone for speaking the truth because someone else wants them to be tolerant of a lie. Facts are facts. There are only 2 genders. It is not a fashion statement. It is a fact. Where there may be anomalies such as hermaphrodites, that is an exception, not the rule, or an ideology being pushed on a child to sexualize and pervert children or create multiple genders that confuse and destroy humanity. Truth is truth, regardless if no one believes it. There are only 2 genders, and males should never be allowed to compete in women's sports. A lie is a lie, no matter who believes in it. It is having the best interest of all students is the goal. If having the best interest for all students is the goal, shouldn't CCSD want the students to celebrate truth in their learning? You don't have to be religious to speak truth, but having common sense does strongly align with truth. No one can support all students' needs when they make decisions that are unsafe or not true. It may not always be possible to support the marginalized based on their actions. For example, if their beliefs or culture is okay with raping another student. Would that be supported so the student isn't marginalized? I hope not. Balance and truth should be priority. Educating children should always be in truth, not lies or compromise, just to make students feel comfortable. Students must have high standards to follow if the goal is training up healthy, balanced leaders, not followers of every whim or fad that pops up. Toxic humanity is destructive to all. And as far as being a Christian, I am a Christian, but I will tell you this, we will all stand naked one day before the Lord. And to misrepresent God, as I have heard some people standing at this podium do, they will have to stand before the Creator as well. Thank you again to those trustees who have been honorable, who have spoken truth, and who have been warriors for honor and truth. I really appreciate you. And can I say thank you, Superintendent Ebert, for all your hard work, and the rest of you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Up next, we have Joshua Poole, and then we have Christine. What is it?
Schackinger, no one can.
Schackinger. All right. Teaching me something. Go ahead, Joshua.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for having me. My name is Joshua Poole, and please excuse my congestedness for right now. It's got a little cold. While I'm here, and while I have been listening to other members speak, I would like to use religion as well to support my argument, as others have done in this crowd. And as a straight Christian male, I find it a responsibility to stand up for those who cannot stand up for themselves, and would like to remind you of Jesus' words in Luke chapter 4, verse 18. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he hath anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. He hath sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to preach deliverance to the captives, and recovering of sight to the blind, to set at liberty them that are bruised. And I myself take upon that same mission as our Lord and Savior did. While I would also like to remind the board of your mission. On your website, your mission reads, all students progress in school and graduate prepared to succeed and contribute in a global society. I was here attending the last school board meeting while I saw one of your constituents wear a transphobic shirt. I really don't care what someone's personal politics beliefs are. I have many family members that are wildly different from my own political beliefs, but I would also like to establish and reiterate what Derry said earlier, that all speech is free, but not all speech is equal. This constituent defended wearing the shirt because it supported science and also religious beliefs. While this said constituent supports science and facts, I would also like to remind the board of some science and some facts. According to a study conducted at UCLA, the youth transgender population is 3.3%, and the adult transgender population is 0.8%. That is more than that is double and maybe even triple a jump in those numbers. And if that trend continues, more youth will become transgender in the future. While this may seem troubling to some, it is a fact that these people exist, and it is a fact that they will continue to exist, and it is a fact that I will always stand behind them. When these boards are divided by hate-filled agendas for something that drives them uncomfortable, it establishes that this board neither has the ability nor the mandate to administer true progress to all students, regardless of any race, gender, or background. Please cope with those facts, and I hope you come to realize you're on the right.
Okay, thank you. Christine, after Christine is Kelly Quinn.
Hi, I'm Christine Schackinger with the impossible name. Some people have already said what I wanted to say, so I'm going to make that part a little bit shorter. I know Amanda Nichols. I did not know about anybody on this board before the night that she spoke here last time and posted her speech. Her speech was, I thought, quite respectful and really demonstrates her true beliefs. Then I saw in my Twitter feed I don't know how to say this, a trustee with the board also tagged in the post that singled her out and then said, that the person was, the pejoratives against the person. I'm sorry, I'm not sure how much I can say. So we're very worried about trustees' rights, right? First Amendment rights. And if the trustees are just people, there's nothing wrong with that other than it's called cyberbullying. I'm a digital strategist, and that's what we would call it. But because the trustees are government, part of the government, the First Amendment rights of Ms. Nichols was what was violated. You cannot retaliate legally against somebody for coming up here and expressing their First Amendment rights. This is against the Constitution. This is against federal law. She could and won't, I know, because I know her well, could launch a lawsuit against the Board of Trustees because they were also tagged in this tweet. So no response from them. I actually commented under what was posted and called it out. So just to let the board know that the legal violation here is a government official cyberbullied, harassed another person who came up in here and used their First Amendment rights, because this is a public commentary for people that are government officials. The other thing I want to do is just leave you with, and I can't because my phone has died, unless he can get up here really quick. I know a lot of trans people, and they live very hard lives. Some won't even come to the States because they don't know if they can use a bathroom without being killed. Direct words from my friends who are transgender. Coined by the philosopher Karl Popper in 1945, the paradox of tolerance argues that to maintain a tolerant society, society must be intolerant of intolerance. And although the expression is protected by First Amendment rights, students should be protected at school from the ideology that seeks to eradicate them. XXXXY shirts are not simply an expression of an idea. They are founded in hate, a hate every trans person has felt. So every student in the school that saw that shirt knows that that represents hate for who they are and a people that want to get rid of their existence. They can't even use the bathroom in a bunch of states.
Okay, up next we have Kelly Quinn. After Kelly, we have Scott Dacus. Is Scott in the room? Yes, okay, you'll be next.
I'm Kelly Quinn, Madam President, members of the board. I'm here to oppose the 5.01, 5.02, and the proposed action on one of the trustees present. This is a bigger issue than a T-shirt. It's about whether a government body is going to punish an elected representative because other members of that body disagree with the viewpoint she expressed. The First Amendment protects freedom of speech, including speech about controversial issues of public concern. The Nevada Constitution provides additional protection. Article 1, Section 9 says that every citizen may freely speak, write, publish his or her sentiments on all subjects, and that no law shall restrain or abridge that freedom. The message on a T-shirt, XXXY, is expressing the view that there are two sexes or genders, is plainly a political and social viewpoint. People may strongly disagree with it, they may find it offensive, but disagreement and offense are not constitutional grounds for government punishment. Nevada law also matters. NRS 386.350 gives school boards only those reasonable and necessary powers that do not conflict with the Constitution and laws of Nevada. NRS 386 continues to recognize important rights and responsibilities of elected trustees and restricts the board from taking action that curtail those rights and responsibilities. So I ask the board, what legitimate government interest is being served in taking action on a trustee for wearing a political message on a T-shirt? If the answer is simply, we disagree with the message, that is precisely when constitutional principles matter most. You don't have to agree with every trustee. You don't have to like her shirt, but you should defend her right and ultimately the public's right to express a controversial viewpoint without government retaliation. Thank you.
Okay, Scott, you're up next. After Scott, we have Ben Gerardo. Am I saying it wrong? Is Ben not here? Okay, I don't see Ben. How about Dolly? Dolly Rowan? She left? Okay, how about Eddie? Okay.
My name's Scott Dacus, and I'm here to not have any disagreement. I'm going to talk about something we all agree on, and that's the teachers' pay disparity between the new hires and the veteran teachers. The first thing I want to say is by the time a teacher comes up here to beg you guys to do what we all know is the right thing, she's frustrated, she's broken, and it's sad. It's really, really sad, and we are way better than that. And I'm going to demonstrate that with a little story. I want everyone here to imagine they're watching a soccer game, and we've got a player on the field rolling around in pain, grabbing his shin, but he's not injured, and he knows he's not injured. The guy that almost kicked him knows he's not injured. All 3 referees know he's not injured. The other 20 players on the field know he's not injured. Both coaches, all the players on the bench know he's not injured. 65,000 people in the stands know that he's not injured. 1.2 billion people watching this World Cup soccer game around the world knows that this man is not injured. Why can we not fix that? If every person involved in soccer knows that he's not injured, why can't we fix that? And it's because they don't want to. It's painfully obvious that they don't want to fix that. That's part of soccer for whatever reason. I'm not a soccer expert. That's part of soccer. That's exactly what we have going on here. A new hire teacher knows that this new pay thing is not fair. A veteran teacher certainly knows it. Every member of the administration knows it. If you take 30 seconds to explain it to any student, they know it's not fair. It's not right. All the parents know it. Everybody in this building knows it. All of you folks know it. And bonus, the people that we ask for money for, all our legislators, everybody knows this needs to be fixed. And so you guys are in charge of a multi-billion-dollar organization. It is your job to do better. They deserve better than that. What these teachers need, what they desperately need, is a barracuda. Saying you may have to wait until the next budget cycle to get the thousands and thousands of dollars that you deserve, that you've earned, that we all know you know that you should have, is simply not acceptable. I don't know what the answer is. I'm not a professional in this. It is up to you guys to find that. We need a barracuda. We need you to do better. What you've done so far is not good enough. Do better.
Okay, up next we have Eddie.
Thank you, Eddie Facey, for the record. There was a court case, the People versus Larry Flint. They made a movie out of it a long time ago. But that court case made a point, and that was that you couldn't really tell the difference in writing a definition between the Venus de Milo and Hustler magazine. One was porn, one wasn't, but, you know, they failed to define that. They just said, Larry Flint, yours is porn. The Venus de Milo, that's art. It's classic art, okay? We need to really define, you know, what is a man and a woman. You know, and if there's multiple genders and that's our definition, then we need to define that too. But the thing is that in our school district, we don't have a boys' drama club and a girls' drama club. We don't have a boys' student government and a girls' student government, but we have a boys' basketball team and a girls' basketball team. And that is because it's obvious to people who just have common sense observations that there are different skill levels between boys and girls. The wearing of something that's called XXXY is because in the public forum right now, there's a bigger issue going on in the WNBA. You have Enes Kanter Freedom, who was a star in the NBA, who's 6'10" and 250 pounds, decide that it's convenient for him right now to make a salary playing in the WNBA, and so he is going to come out and say he's a woman, okay? And he's showing up to WNBA games, and the reaction of the WNBA was just to simply say, well, we've convened, he's not a woman, we've decided, with no clarification to what a woman or what a man is, okay? If this district wants to operate a boys' basketball team and a girls' basketball team, and I would applaud the operation of that in that way. I don't want a basketball team in the same way I'd want a drama club, right? We differentiate for genders because of that. And it's obvious. Earlier tonight, we had somebody come up and say that, the chances of criminality or assault was if they're big, black, and boys. And in my head, I said, well, what's a boy? Did we ever define that? We know when we trot out our basketball team what's a boy, except if an Enos Cantor Freedom decides, no, I want to play for the girls' team. If we get people deciding that, then the whole purpose of boys and girls basketball is done. And that's that's not to hate somebody that claims to be a different gender. That's how we operate our school. That's how we operate our athletic program. That's my point. Thank you.
That was our last public commenter. That closes out 6.01. 7.01 is upcoming meeting of the Board of Trustees, Wednesday, September 2nd, 2026, 4 p.m. I'd like to get a motion to adjourn. Trustee Esparza-Stafford.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Can I get a second? Trustee Bustamante Adams.
I second that motion.
Thank you. Let's vote. Trustee Zamora?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. We are adjourned.